Alright. Whoa, my god. I literally just sit down. You up with the raid. Welcome. Hello, hello. To the stream. House of Elden Ring thingy thing. Oh shit. Catnot. If you guys are here for more Elden Ring, well, it's coming, but later, because right now I'm planning to do some drawing for a little bit. Also, Pure Vanilla Cookie 11, thank you for a follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. Got my wanted sword while grinding for runes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I've been waiting for. Hold up, where's my tablet? Shit. Ah, fuck. Alright. Dude, I ate some pretty delicious fucking fruit salad earlier, chat. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. Like, I never tried this one specific place, so I decided to give it a try because it got some pretty good rating. And god damn. You know, a really good fruit salad can, turns me on. Wait, what? And you know what I mean. Dude, like a really good fruit salad is exceptional. Exceptional. I love it. Like, goddamn, man. Goddamn. Where's my fucking pen? My pen's gone. Hey, Nani. Oh, there it is. Also, Kin. What's up? Hello. How you doing, man? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Oh my god. Okay. I'm kind of in the mood to do a new drawing today, but I do have Blythe that I was planning to draw, or at least finish. But goddamn, the painting process is really tiring. I'm not really good at drawing animal in general. So this is very taxing for me. Ugh. But I really want to finish this one. Because I really like Blythe. Really cool character. First Naked Man, then Fruit Salad. Oh my god. Why do you always have to clip this, Lucas? Why specifically this stuff? What the hell, man? God, it's been pretty hot lately. Question is, why not? Why not put it at the same time? God damn it. God damn it, you guys. Let's hold on this for a bit. I'm kind of in the mood to draw a new piece right now. I might just put it here. Okay. Rats into naked fruit salads? What? What even is that? Naked fruit salad? Man salad? Wait, what? Huh? 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 The fuck? Alright. Alright, let's do some fun drawings for today. Been a while. Da, 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 da. How you guys doing, by the way? This fine and dandy Saturday. I mean Sunday. Anything's going on, or everything's just chilling out? Hopefully, everyone's doing fine and dandy and all that shit. Guys, you all need hearing aids now. I'm just watching horror movies. Ooh, what horror movies exactly? It's Monday soon. True. All chillin'. How about you? I'm doing fine. Not much going on. To be fair, to be fair. Dee 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 dee. Elden Ring, just usual, true. Red's drawing aren't that bad. Oh, just got to Lanedale. This place is huge. True. Not like Red's drawing. Mostly B-rated horror. Ooh, I heard about the Chainsaw Massacre remake is being kind of not that cool. The Birth of Red. That's a good horror. Red origin story. That's true horror experience. True. Oh my god, you guys don't want to hear it, man. You do not want to hear it. It's not that it's bad, it's just updated, still worth the watch. Probably contains a lot of fur. But, okay. Texas Chainsaw Massacre is an A-rated movie. I'm more into a horror that never makes it to theaters, that ends up in a horror film festival and stuff. Ah! Noted. Gotcha, gotcha. I don't have a lot of experience with those stuff. Because, like, you know, B-rated, it's really hard to find them. At least for me. In this place. In my region. So, yeah. Most of the time, they if they don't make it big, it's gonna be hard for me to find them, type of thing. Unless it's a local stuff, which is, you know, easy. Shudder is a really good option for beat rate. Shudder, have I watched it? I feel like I've heard it before. Let me see. Shudder. Oh yeah, I watched like the first two episodes or something like that. Oh wait, never mind. That's the channel thingy. The it's the main show in Shudder, the one that have the teeth monster. I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about. Oh my god, I forget the name of the show. Mm, I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's the main headline that promoted Shudder to me. I watched it for like a couple episodes. I forget the name of the show though. That one was pretty interesting. It's like a creepy pasta turned into a you know, turned into a TV show. Pretty sick. Kind of like that idea. I'm a huge uh sucker for horror movies or games that gives really big time creepy vibe. Like that utilize like when they abuse uh creepiness of something. Like I love that specifically. Something that makes you uneasy when you're watching it. Those are like the best horror experience for me. I've got some really good ones that will make you very uneasy if you can handle NSFW themes. Sure. I'm down. Monka Giga. Hmm. Let me re-hop into your Discord so that way next time roll free we can share some. Hell yeah, dude. Dude, we need to do movie night again. It's been a while. I'm down to do that. Oops. Hmm. Sorry, something a little bit catchy. Hmm. I've been watching like 10 to 12 movies a day. Zero sleep. God damn. Looks like someone found a new hobby. Good stuff, though. Good stuff. Maybe. Da, 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 da. Man, what if a watching movie an occupation? I mean, movie reviewers, movie critics, it's technically their job. Eh? Technically speaking, your job is basically to watch a lot of movies. Although in some cases they cannot choose the movie. They gotta like, you know, review good and bad movies in a sense. Oh, I was using the wrong brush this whole time. No wonder it feels so weird. What if watching movie? Oh wait, I already read that. But the reviews nowadays has lost its honesty. Well, mostly if they still want to get to review them, of course. I mean, true. Oh shit. Banished. I mean, true. It kind of depends on the reviewers, obviously. For movie reviews, I only got two people that I watch on YouTube. I forgot their name. Shit. Jeremy Johns and Chris Tuckman. They're pretty big. They're pretty big. But I trust their opinions so far. Pretty aligned with my thingy thing. Sometimes not, but you know. Yeah, but Blunt honestly can hardly be found today. That's true. Oh shit. On my way out. Let's go. Be back for hours. Wait, is Batman's already out? I actually forgot about that. I heard that there's already a bunch of reviews already out. But I'm not sure if it's already out like in the cinema and stuff like that. I kind of really want to watch that just cuz kind of looks dope. Dope-ish hill. Yep, it's out. Charlie also did a review on it. Ooh. It's based on region, right? Yeah, but most of the time it's like say month or so. Something like that. Wow, wow. It is a ton of dedicated people in the world of horror that simply watch every ounce of content and review it. Twilight series hits different nowadays. There's a new horror movie with our sparkly vampire boy. Wait, really? Is it also just came out? Interesting. Unless you're talking about the tower, the watchtower one, which is, I mean, it's not old, it's not a new one. That one I actually really wanted to watch as well. It looks really, really fucking interesting. I love how fucking creepy the trailer is. It's not that. What the hell? How does he have some time to shoot another movie while he's doing Batman? That's interesting. I know you will make me happy, girl. I found my way out. I found it at last. A Ton of Horror came out in 2021 and went under the mainstream media. Ooh, interesting. Wait, I wonder why. I didn't know either. Considering I'm quite a fan. Oops. I didn't know until I googled recent horror. Interesting. Shit. Like in the past movie nights, most of the movies that we watched was either new releases, horror, uh what else? And classics. Like we watched Dune, right? We watch the Evangelion movies, the latest one, the four movies, that marathon. I think we did watch one Ghibli movie, but I forgot which one. We still need to watch Princess Mononoke. I want to rewatch that movie. It's been so long. Last time I watched that was in high school. I want to rewatch that. That movie's so fucking good, dude. Princess Mononoke and Howl's Moving Castle. Those two, I love it so much. We need to rewatch that. Really, really do. Mm. Ooh, fuck. Jesus. Turn most of my stuff. I've got about 800. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. That's a huge collection. My god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fingen Jode. Fingen? Sorry if I butchered your name. Fingen Jode underscore. Thank you for the follow. How you doing? God damn, that's a huge collection, bro. Impressive. Jode is more easy, I think. Hell yeah. What up, Jode? How you doing? I just like movies, man. I know. I know what you mean. Very passionate at it, I'm assuming. How much? Woof, woof. Hmm. And horror is a dying genre. Oof. To be fair, I feel like because the thing with horror genre in terms of like movies is that it's really hard to not abuse the jump scares. And when you notice some of the well, not recently. I don't know about anything recently, but like let's say something around 2016, 2018, 2019. There's a lot of horror movies that really abuse the jump scares. And I get it. That's like one of the, naturally easy element to use to, make people scream. Like, "Oh my god, that scared me." Ha. But instead of like feeling scared, you're just like, "Oh shit." Haha. Ah, that was scary. right, guys? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I miss being scared by horror movies or game. Like, instead of like being scared by a jump scare, I miss being scared of like, fuck, I am not gonna sleep tonight. Like, those kind of thing. I miss those kind of horror. Like, the one that actually makes you look behind when you're watching a movie alone, type of thing. You know what I mean? Like, the last time I got those was Hereditary. If you guys haven't watched, I watched this like long time ago. I think I watched it on cinema uh, when it came out for the first time. Hereditary, boy, that I don't know that director. I forget the name of the director. Ari Aster or something like that. That director has some really fucked up ideas of horror. Like, sure, he kind of uses a pretty easy element of cult horror, like, religion, but fucked up religion. But the way he implemented it, Jesus Christ. That movie, Hereditary, that movie haunts me for a couple days after watching it. Like, like I look under the table. When I go to the bathroom, I look up, type of thing. For the first couple days after I watched that movie. Jesus Christ. The thing is, it's probably easier to make a mediocre fantasy, superhero history, or sci-fi movie and that the audience still enjoys because you only need cool costumes, savage on one-liners, and great CGI. I guess horror has a higher barrier. I guess so, yeah. The thing is that if you are a casual movie goers that just literally watch movie for like hey, let's watch movie after this with friends and stuff like that, sure. But if you're starting to look into people who genuinely search for specific good horror movies, they will judge the shit out of you. Like, oh, the shit's too have too much jump scares. Oh, that part is not even scary. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, people who seek for things that scares them, like me, we tend to judge a little bit too much. Like, this is a pretty bad habit that I have, that sometimes it makes me does not enjoy a lot of horror movies as much as my friends does. So it kind of sucks. Not gonna lie. Like, I remember watching I forgot what it's called, with my friends on the cinema. It was either the Halloween remake, or the modern Halloween or something. And my friend was like, after the cinema, they were like, "Oh shit, dude, you know that one scene that was so scary," or some shit like. And I was like, "Yeah." Like, man, fuck. Why am I so critical when it comes to horror? It sucks, but that's the reality of it, at least for me. A good one we should watch is Malignant, excellent psychological horror with a touch of body horror. Malignant. Have I heard of this? Oh, this is brand new. Okay, I haven't watched anything brand new recently. Ooh, the poster of the movie is like some 80s, 80s, 90s horror movies. 90s to be specific. That's cool. Onkajiga. Oh, it's by James Wan. This dude really really like to do that very angle based horror. It's like one of those like I noticed in Conjuring or Saw specifically, he likes to do that angle where it makes it that the ghost or anything that, the fucking scary part of the movie is staring at you, the watchers, instead of the character in the movie. Like, I remember that part in The Conjuring 1, I think. The red demon that stares into your fucking soul. That shit is fucking great, dude. I love that shit. Like, it makes you feel like the ghost in the movie is not looking at the character, it's looking at you, the watcher. I fucking love that. That's fucking amazing. I agree, Lucas Hollywood is great at big picture ideas, but horror films tend to point to Hollywood horror is just rehash content. I feel like the thing with horror is that you cannot really make a good horror just because you got gajillion of, a VFX budget or something like that. You can make spectacular, like, action movies with those because, Marvel, like Avengers, for example. That movie is fucking amazing. It's because of like super talented VFX everywhere, like extremely detailed visuals, and very, very fun to watch, right? But for horror, it's not really mostly just about. My CSP just crashed. What the fuck? Like for horror, for me, it's not really about how detailed the ghost looks. If anything, sometimes a very subtle of like creepiness really works. Like for example, Ju-on, the really cult classic Japanese horror movie. That thing, boy. Ju-on is some next level shit. I love that shit. All scary things scares me. Oh no. Alright, we're back. What up, Jenny? How you doing? I will cry at loud noises or jump scares. Oh no. Oh, no, 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 no. I got scared in Toy Story 4. Okay, to be fair, I haven't watched the movie. I don't know what you're talking about yet. But hey, I don't judge. I don't judge. Don't worry. Don't worry. How you doing, by the way, Jenny? What's up? What's up? Well, what is true horror? I guess it differs from person to person because it's easy to say this fantasy or sci-fi. It's straight out clear what genre they are, but I guess a lot of people have trouble with difference between thriller, horror, and stuff. Well, not wrong. Like different things scares different people, right? Like for me, for example, one thing that really, really freaks me the fuck out, that makes me sleep with lights on, for example, is something that is not seen. Like, I don't know how to explain this, but oh my god, I forgot that one movie. I watch a lot of Japanese or Asia horror movie in general, and I remember that one Japanese movie that it's a very budget movie, very budget, low budget stuff like B, almost B movie, maybe A. Um, they did not use a single visual effects in this movie. What they do is just literally a woman under the stairs, lights out, nothing. Like there's no lights at all from the indoor part. There's a light shining like going through the window from outside, makes the stairs from the above the top part of the stairs lit up, but the make the bottom the things under the stairs very dark. I fuck. I wish I know what the movie is. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? It's about the guy who's trying to solve a mystery of a murder of this woman. Uh, because shit, man, very old movie, very old. So I don't know if any of you guys heard about it. Looks like you really, really oh look into it. Ate. I don't know how to pronounce it. Ate. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? But yeah, it was something like that. I think he said B movie scared him. What? Huh? My day has been good. Didn't do anything. Was so relaxing. Hell yeah. Good shit. Good shit. There's a lot of murder mysteries horrors. I watched 4 of them today. Yeah, I know it's too. Ah, fuck. Let me Google it real quick. Japanese 80 horror movies. I'm pretty sure it's one of them out there. It is not as popular as The Ring, Grudge, something like that, but it is definitely somewhere up there in like classic horror movies. Uh, man. Mm-hmm. The Boogie movie is terrifying, terrifying that someone thought it was a good movie. Come on, man. Real people scares me. Ah. Let me see. Okay, I did not find it, but there's this other Japanese horror movie called The Dark Water. Fuck! I remember now. Dark Water. You guys should look it up. Oh my fucking god. That shit. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. Like, it's a horror movie, but the horror element is on a different type of horror. It's not your typical boo ha scary. Like no. It's a little bit more fucked up ideas of horror. Oh my god, I love that movie. The Dark Water is freaking amazing. I know, exactly. It's like the horror movies that are the real MVPs are always considered not like theater proof because they contain too much psycho stuff. Guess people don't want to look at too much of the abyss of the human soul. I guess so, yeah. There's some horror movies that's just like, uh well, a little too fucked up sometimes. I agree. There are some of them like that. Like there's this not really a horror movie, but it got some very over the top gore. It's about a guy. Yeah, I think it's based on a manga and then turned into a live action movie. I'm pretty sure some of you guys know heard about this, but I forget the title. It's basically about a guy that uh fuck. I don't know how to explain this without really spoiling the movie. It's about a guy who likes to like who I don't know if I can say uh oh man, I forget what it's called. Fuck. So many good horror that I just forgot the name of the fucking title. I saw a horror comedy called Frankenhooker. Entire scene of exploding hookers. Okay. How about A Haunting of Hill House? Which one is that again? Oh, it's a series. I haven't watched it. I haven't watched any series, TV show series stuff. Is that a good one? Right, off topic. You like Centipedes, right? Looks too epic. I mean, I don't necessarily like Centipede as like I just like I like when people use Centipede in a movie or any media to like kind of just like as a visual or like as a you know what I'm talking about. It's just a pretty cool idea most of the time when they use the Centipede. Except that one fucking movie. I am not watching that shit. You guys know what I'm talking about. You guys know what I'm fucking talking about. Human Centipede. No thanks. Like I understand I like horror movies, but I would yeah. You know, there's this like good horror movies that like struck your soul, right? And then there's horror movies that's like struck like you want to bleach your fucking eyes. So, you know, you want to like plant a permanent holy water into your fucking eyeballs. I am not into that one. So, I've seen some clips of Human Centipede that just kind of makes me like, you know what? I'm good. You know, I'm, I'll pass. Thank you very much. You know? Oh my god. But when someone told me to cancel, I couldn't eat for a week. Yeah, it's a more of a it's more of a psychological horror, obviously, right? But god damn it, man! Like I don't understand why. Why do you even? Why do you? Why? Like why? Like I would appreciate to not see the visualization of that idea. Thank you very fucking much. You know. No, I feel queer. All right, change topic. Change topic. Is the Boku no Pico of horror movie? Yeah, true. Actually, if you think about it like that, true. It's like what I was saying, like, yo, you should watch this cool movie called Human Centipede. It's really scary, man. Technically not wrong. Technically not wrong. Holy fuck. I never thought of it like that. Oh my god. That was something I got over. Holy shit. Oh, that was great. Emotional damage. Johnny, stop using all caps. You're Holy fuck. Oh my god. Like, okay, type this and that in all caps. I forgot who added it. I think it's no. Oh my fucking god. This and that. Literally 3 letters. Yeah, there we go. Holy shit. I love that. Ah, fuck. Good shit, man. Good shit. Oh shit. I think I enjoy the movie after I think about it, like horror movies, because I get over the initial fear. True, true. Like it feels satisfying to be able to watch horror movies until you finished it, and feeling like, you know, like, oh damn, that was actually pretty good, kind of thing. Like it's a roller coaster ride for the most part. You know what I mean? All based on true horror movies, scary? True. Most of the time, yes. But I know it started with some really crappy late 80s horror that worked into some crazy horror, like The Devil Made Me Do It. But that movie's fucking that's a pretty classic one. You haven't seen his true story yet? There's a grip of found footage horror I got a hold of, and it's way better than Blair Witch Project. Oh, Blair Witch Project. I miss that movie. That shit is fucking amazing. I love it. Especially the second half. Oh, so good. So good. You got right. Five and a 2 1 2. No matter where you go, where I'll find you. You can run all day, you can run all night. In the end, you know I'm always right. I don't know. Oh my god. Do you have any tips how to start drawing? Because I want to start drawing, but I'm horrible at it. I mean, if we're talking a lot about like pure, just start purely. Uh, I would. I mean, I don't know. Just like personally, right? I'm in no way professional or I never studied art at all. This is all just a hobby of mine that I've been doing for almost a decade now. Uh, pencil, paper, and just start drawing. Whatever it is that makes you feel like I want to draw this, you know, kind of thing. It's all about. I feel like for drawing, it's all about you wanting to make something that you like to see. That's the idea. You want to draw something, they'll be like, damn, I can look at this for hours, type of thing. Even though most of the time you're not gonna achieve that in the first couple time, but you will. In every now and then, you will get that. And I think that's a good thing to do. A good mindset when drawing. There's one called Asylum. It's a Korean found footage, but that shit made me turn my lights on in my room. Asylum. Oh my fucking god. Okay, I understand why. Oh my god. Alright. Okay. Yeah, okay, I see why you said that. It's a jump scare googling it. Jesus, okay. This kind of reminded me of Quarantine. The way it looks. It's basically like making very creepy looking close-up faces. Hello, Bondi. How you doing, man? Jenny. The Taking of Deborah, Logan. Yeah, that one's also a really good one. What are you drawing? I am drawing Rhea right now. Just feeling like drawing some cool poses a little bit. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, yeah, yeah. Ooh. Ah, yeah, yeah. Ah, yeah, yeah. Asylum movie is good though, but so damn scary. What? What's so many horror movie despite being a pussy? Is that the fun part? I hate when my heart beats. I mean, I like when my heart beats. Holy shit. Taking up all the time. Somebody ping me on Discord when he will draw main project. What do you mean, main project? I live for the Rush 2, that's why I do it, but I also watch While I'm Stone, and it's freaking great. Did I tell you, Red, I got another emote? Oh shit! Let's go! Oh my god, that's a cute emote. What the fuck, man? Benny Cheer. God damn. It's a cute emote. Oh my god. I think you have so big delay. No, yeah, I just read slow, especially when I'm drawing. Yeah. In German, mine is. Huh? Is my? With an E. Is it main? As acquired +1 XP in German. Yeah, it's main. Yeah. Or I don't know how to pronounce that. Maine is a state in US. Okay, you guys are okay. My brain. But also, I'm not doing a sketch request right now, Bondi. Just doing a quick sketch right now, because I still wanna continue Elden Ring. I usually put in the title if I'm gonna do sketch requests, like sketch requests, redeems, and stuff like that, and then you'll see me draw a bunch of sketch requests at the same time. No. 5:30. Taking up all your time. Taking up all your time. Yep. Come on. Back to lurking. Have movies to watch. Gotcha, man. Enjoy. So if I want to learn how to draw, I just have to draw. I mean, it's like the general ideas, but uh, you know, it kind of depends. Everyone's gonna have their own experience on how they go through drawing process and stuff like that. But at least for me, my motivation at least is basically just I watch like I admire a bunch of artists and I was like, man, I want to draw like that, but my own drawings kind of thing. And then just from that, it really fueled years of me constantly drawing. And like some will be like, this is alright, but then you'll get the one or two drawings in like a couple of months. You'll be like, holy shit, I draw this kind of thing. You know what I mean? That's my main motivation. So basically, TLDR, if you want to draw, make sure you like doing it. Make sure you enjoy it. Make sure that's the reason you draw, because even if you're gonna be like a professional artist, if you're not gonna enjoy it, it's a miserable process. Drawing something that you don't like, it's fucking sucks. It fucking sucks, dude. So considering this is a very enjoyable activities, like a hobby activities, right? So make sure you enjoy whatever you want to draw. My tip is draw, doesn't matter what, just draw. I love drawing, but I'm so bad. We all gotta start somewhere. Like, like if we're talking about bad, right? I can bring up something. It doesn't have to be like from fucking 5 years ago. I can just like bring you something from 2 years ago. I drew. Where is it? Da, da, da. Let's see. Browsing through the old stuff. Dun, 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 dun. Dum bum 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 bum. Oh, I can just bring Rhea. Rhea old drawings. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, this was like my old Rhea design. Blam. This was made in, let's see, what year was this? This is like when I just created Rhea for the first couple weeks. This was in 2020. So it's like 2 years ago-ish. And this was not bad at all. Right? This is not bad, but now I'm gonna compare it to my recent. Gosh, I don't have it colored, but this is Rhea progress with how my drawings progress. Let me remove the color so you can kind of see the difference. Bam! Same character. Left side from 2020, right side is like 2 months ago. Yeah. So, you know, if I look at the left one, I was like, it's aight. It's okay. It's nothing amazing. But, I learned something from it. And we just gotta keep going, keep going, keep going. And it just works, man. It just works. It's never wrong to get some inspiration or just some ideas how to draw SMH from other artists. SMH or something, I guess. You don't have to copy, but you can get an idea. Exactly. Exactly. The only consistency with red, no nose. I've been adding nose recently, especially with this one. Boom. Look at the nose. Oh my god. But yeah. So, don't be discouraged when you look at your drawing. It's like, this is not what I'm looking for. This is not what I like. It's a process. You gotta enjoy the process. Even though at that time, the left drawing one, I was not very proud of, right? But I was like, damn, I made my own character. She's my original character. I made this character. Like, there's a sense of proudness to it. And as I keep drawing her over and over and over, she keeps looking better as I keeps getting better at drawing. And that's like a sense of like milestone accomplishment each month's passing by. And that's a very nice feeling to have. You know what I mean? So yeah. I remember when you first started, Red. Exactly. Exactly. Like, if we're talking about like the first couple streams drawing, back then I drew. Let's see. This is something from 2019 stuff when I just started streaming. We got. Damn, holy fuck. What the fuck? Okay. I did drew this. Holy shit, I rarely finish my arts. Okay, we got this. This is 2018. Left side. It was okay. I actually pretty enjoyed this drawing back then. What else? 2018 stuff. Oh, I did this as well. This is probably a lot of you guys probably was there when I drew this. It's like very first time I got my drawing tablet. It's like I only started drawing on graphic tablet for first few months, like 2 months or something. This is Angel one. Uh, but not gonna lie, I kind of draw some good stuff as well. Like this, I kind of like this one. This is from the same year as this one. It looks, for some reason, it looks a little bit good. Like there's something about this one. So I guess I'm pretty fucking inconsistent as well. Is what I'm trying to say. I like this one, the right one. This is from the same year, just two drawings. So consistency is also a problem that I quite fond of. Holy shit, man. Consistency is probably one of my biggest enemy in terms of like drawing. I have now Oreo ice cream in freezer, so I gotta take some ice cream. Once in 3 months, you want us to cheer up now? Looks kinda. Every artist don't like their art, and that's even if it's best. True, true, true. It's one of those like it's like one of those thingy thing, because you kind of stare at your own drawing for days sometimes, hours to days if you're doing a big projects, right? And it happens. Now let me show you one of my recent most proud of drawings that I'm like, Every time I look at it, I was like, damn, I drew this. And it's this bad boy. Hold up, it took a while to load. This took me like 4 days to finish, I think. Boom. A full body of Seth. This is one of my friend. I drew the full body. I This shit is not easy. It's like hitting a jackpot when I drew this. This one's so good. So good. I haven't put a little bit details on the shoes, something that I really hate to draw. And this is what I mean when I said you gonna hit that jackpot here and there when you draw. Like you don't realize you're actually drawing something really good, kind of thing. And it's a satisfying feeling. So don't feel discouraged when you draw and you're like, man, this is not what I'm looking for, or stuff like that. Keep doing it. Enjoy the process. Look at your past drawings and see where did I do wrong? Where can I improve? Oh, the nose. Oh, the chin. Oh, the eyes, the hands, and then improve on that on the next drawings, stuff like that. So enjoy the process. Basically, is the best part of learning how to draw. Maybe just try to draw anime character or something. I drew a lot of fan art as well. Fan art is probably one of the best way to like start somewhere. Like I did Rin. This one from Fate. This was requested by Lucas because this is Lucas' waifu. What's another popular one? I don't really draw a lot of anime characters recently. I've been just drawing some original or my friends' characters. I drew. I drew V from Arcane, but I never finished it. But hey, I got somewhere. It was pretty nice. I just like whenever I look at the fucking fists in the fucking movie, I was like, fuck, I don't want to draw that. That looks like a pain to just fucking draw. I'm a pass. One of my weakness when it comes to drawing is drawing symmetrical objects. I am really bad at those. Like really bad. But I still need to like improve on that as well. I really do. I really, really do. Yeah, I don't really draw a lot of anime characters. It is what it is, though. It's basically whatever motivates you. Draw those. Because that's going to be the fuel for you to keep scribbling empty white papers. A carry on, look into my soul. Too cheeky. Let me change the music a bit. So it's actually kind of nice. What time is it? 7:30. Okay. Can get a little bit. Let me just finish the line art. And then we'll play some Elden Ring. I'm so hungry. I haven't ordered any food. Shit. I gotta order some after this. Chat, what do you guys have for dinner or lunch? I need some suggestions. What should I get for dinner? And stop saying Indomie. I'm not gonna be able to eat that shit every fucking day, I swear to God. I just joined your Discord. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Also, in my Discord, I do have a channel called Arts and Stuff, Arts and Fan Arts. So if you want to share some of your drawings there, do so. Please do. Please do. I would love to see anyone's drawings over there. We got a lot of art admirers as well in the channel. So go crazy. If you just want to share it, or you want some you know, tips and stuff like that, go crazy, go crazy. We get a lot art connoisseur in the channel. Hey, what's up, Hustle? Hosel? How you doing? Is that what's up? Nothing? You don't need anything? I click on the promoted stream on the homepage to check out what's up. What? Why am I in the promoted stream? Interesting. Hello. Welcome. That's our brother. Thank you. Appreciate it. Looks like we got into the promoted section again. I still don't understand how does that thing works. I've got some people that got into the channel also saying that they saw me on the promoted section. I guess just kind of random. Interesting. Oh my god. Okay, does have enough shape? Let me just put it here. Oh! Ozell, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it, brother. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Welcome. Burpaspin. I assume you paid money, because, like, how else? No? I don't even know it existed a couple months ago until someone told me there's a promoted section. I rarely open a homepage of Twitch recently. So I have no idea. And I'm not like in the hundreds of viewers section either. So like it's kind of interesting how Twitch choose which channel got into the promoted section. I mean, it would make sense if it's like a paid promote, but I don't think that's a thing in Twitch, considering of how there's millions of streamers in this website. They're not be able to. They're not gonna be able to accept every single promote thingy thing. Hey, what's up, Tiana? Welcome. That's how I joined as well. Wait, you also found me on promoted, Lucas? The hell? I didn't know. How does this work? You make cool art and have nice narrator voice. I could pass up following you. I have a nice narrator voice? One man. One shish kebab. I don't know. What? I want some kebab right now. Oh, I'm hungry. It's already 7 p.m. I haven't eaten anything. But hey, appreciate it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you enjoy. For everyone that's just got here, I am not mainly an artist streamer, although I do draw almost every stream, especially at the start. Basically, how things goes in this channel is that 90% of the stream, I start the stream with 2 to 3 hours drawing, and then we do variety shit. Usually I do variety games. We'll just literally play anything that chat told me to play. Yo, Rat, there's this cool shit going on, and you can suggest in the Discord. There's like a suggestion box. There's a bot in the chat. Get the fuck out. Banished. But yeah, I'm a variety streamer. I do a lot of variety shit. But I draw on the side because I like it. But recently, I am not a really a variety streamer because Elden Ring just came out. So in the past 7 days now, I've been streaming nothing but Elden Ring. So until I beat the game, this is gonna be the case. Maybe a little bit of variety here and there. Like 2 days ago, we literally not play Elden Ring and play something else. But yeah, I'm kind of in the Elden Ring grind right now. I crashed again? The fuck? Okay, something just keeps crashing my Clip Studio. Hold up. Yes, I did. Was playing with a friend and I had Twitch open and your title was pee pee poo poo wee wee woo woo. And we had to join. I forgot about that. Oh my god. I guess we just solve the puzzle. In order to get into the front page of Twitch, you gotta put pee pee poo poo wee wee woo woo on your title. Note it. Puzzle solved. Oh my god. I'm glad I found your stream. I'm glad you stayed around, man. Thank you. Hope to see you more in the future. Alright. Oh, this song is such a jammer. Da, 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 da. Need understand. Sadly, most of the time it's 2 hours now. I mean, I gotta compensate for Elden Ring, alright? I gotta spare some time for my BB. My baby, Elden Ring. If not, I will never finish that game, man. Oh, by the way, if you guys are interested in taking a look at my other drawing stuff, I uploaded everything, including work in progress or unfinished drawings, over on Twitter at twitter.com/ratrap. You can just search Ratrap on Twitter. Literally uploaded everything over Twitter, or if you prefer Instagram, there's also that. But I'm more active over on Twitter. Just letting you guys know. Upload everything over there. So please follow me. Thank you. Now downloading another 100 gigs of horror. Jesus Christ. Let me know in the Discord when you found some good stuff. We can definitely check it out on the next movie night. Ah, shit, wrong layer. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Oh, I love this song. Are you drawing with a mouse or do you have a drawing tablet? I do have a drawing tablet. I am using Wacom One. It's literally a $90 graphic tablet. No nothing. It's literally just a tablet. It's the cheapest tablet you can get in the market by Wacom. Literally. Here's a sneak peek. Bam. Oh my god, my webcam is so dog shit. There you go. Literally nothing. Just that's it. This is it. But yeah. Yo, welcome Saints. How you doing? Hmm. Okay, maybe I'll do the pupil later. I was just about timing since I'm PST. Currently it's 4 a.m. Jesus. Wait, you just woke up or you just about to go to sleep? How did you get your overlay to pick up your mic and open the mouth accordingly? Oh, the cat thingy? Um, well, it's not really like the mouth is not really accordingly. I just kind of like, find a trick to do it. Like, take a look. Ah. So it basically just like whenever I talk, it goes through the animated talking, but I make the pacing of the talking almost similar to the pacing of my talking. So it seems like the mouth imitates the way I talk. But yeah, I just kind of do it. You know, it's a tiny trick to get behind the thing. Uh, that doesn't have this functionality. I know it's not exact, but still true. I mean, I don't know. I just put draw two things. The one where it's not drawing. I mean, not talking, and the one that's talking, and then convert it into a GIF, and then put it. Uh, I forget the name of this software that I use. Shit, I cannot show it. I forgot how to do it. Later I'll do some checkup. I'll let you guys know how to do it. I forgot. It's been so long. It's a friend of mine. Tell me about it. It's like, yo, Red, go become a VTuber. Try this. It's like, whoa, what is this? I have Wacom Tablet 2 because I play Ozu. Hell yeah. You can use exactly that for drawing. Okay, what should I order? What should I order? Get a kebab? I just ate a kebab like 3 days ago. I mean, I could, but eh, you know, could go for something else. Sushi? That I haven't eaten in a while. You have to eat so much of that shit to get full. Plus, it's raw fish. I mean, kind of depends, but yeah, I know what you mean. I do love raw fish though, especially salmon. Bah. I can eat salmon all day if I can. I would. Oh man, I fucking love raw salmon. So good, so good. Let's see. Just got a movie ad for the movie called X. Twitch. No, I love horror. What is it called? What is it about? I never heard of a movie called X. That sounds very specific. Gotta go walk my dog. Be back later. Gotcha, man. Get up, walking. Get up, walking. I'll just order some rice bowl. As usual. I don't really know what to eat right now. I think some rice bowl is nice right now. Ooh, Gemmer! Don't stop. Go slowly. Papa. Ooh, they got tteokbokki. No, I gotta fucking. Never mind. Let's not order that. Papa. What character should I draw? Naruto throwing a Rasengan. I mean, that's a good idea. Usually for me, if I don't know what to draw, I would try to draw something from like either a show or a game that I've been playing or watched recently. Like this Blythe drawing that I try. It's not finished yet. This is from Elden Ring that I've been playing for the past couple of days. Because I don't know what else to draw. I'm kind of interested in the character, so I attempt it. Alright, food ordered. Easy clap. Now we wait. React Andy commencing in 30 minutes or so. Because that's probably when my food's gonna arrive. So ready up your videos. Give me your magic. Dun, 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 dun. Hmm. Give me your man. Da da. Okay, actually. Ba ba. Ah, okay. Jammer. Ooh. Maybe I just draw the Naruto thing. The Rasengan may be too hard for me. Go, don't keep at your own pace. I think I drew Naruto as well, like long time ago. Oh man, like if I look really hard, I probably can find the drawing. Let me see. Like I remember, I used to be so such a huge fan of like the classic shonen manga stuff, especially in the high school. Especially Bleach. Oh yes. Like oh my god. I love Bleach so much back then. Been rolling out. Been rolling out. Oh my god, I found it. Oh boy. Okay. Let me show you some really ancient shit. It's so ancient, the fucking image is so small in resolution. Oh my god. You ready? Bam. Yeah, my boy Sasuke doing Chidori. Oh my god. What the fuck? Where's this from? This was back in 2011. God damn. Oh my god. That's a uh, the difference. God damn. That was a pretty good though for the time. Except his legs. I don't know where the fuck this legs is going. Oh shit. Oh man. That's a throwback. Couldn't even do that. You gotta start somewhere. Especially if you never really draw properly. I think during that drawing I've already started drawing for like a couple months. It's like the when I just started. That was like already like months after drawing. Almost smaller than your I mean small emote. Mods, Ben Saints, Perma Ben Saints, please, mods. Ooh. Oh, look at this. God damn. Pain. Ooh. Look at that. I think this is basically just me trying to redraw one of the page in the manga. Like this was like yeah, this was like Naruto versus Pain at that time. Look at that Faber-Castell pencil. Holy shit, dude. What the fuck? I haven't drawn traditionally for so long. It's been a while. I miss the feeling of pencil strokes and paper. It really feels different. Sorry. Ooh. God damn. Funky. Wow. Oh, I love this song. So funky. Ooh, this looks nice on its own. Well, let me fix this. Oh, Rhea art. Yes, sir. What's up, Winston? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. I really need to draw the hand, huh? Fuck. Shit, bro. Okay. Let me try. I need reference for this one, actually. Let me just draw some rough fingers for now. Hmm. Hold up. Okay, it's not supposed to look like that. I know. Let's just do this. I tried to draw Nezuko from Demon Slayer. It's going to be horrible. Hey, you gotta start somewhere. It's okay. The point is to start. If you never start, or if you never start doing it, you'll never progress. Enjoy the process. You'll get to the point where you'll be proud of it. Elden Ring is one of those extremely rare games that can take over my life. It's so good, it's actually unhealthy for my work or life balance. Lamau. Last game I found it this hard to stop playing might have been Halo 3 multiplayer when it came out. Maybe? Question mark? Says the Act Man. Saints Flow 98. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? When Rat Trap said, this is the game of the year, it will be the game of the year. Alright? And Elden Ring is gonna be the game of the year of 2022. I'm telling you, brother. I'm telling you. Oh, shit. Oh, my food is here. All right, Chad. Give me a sec. Let me take my food real quick. Yeah. Well, everyone plays that games nowadays. Is a new game or something. It is basically a well, not a sequel. A new game that has been, you know, if you play Dark Souls, we Dark Souls fans have been waiting it for more than 5 years. Yeah, it's been a while. It just released recently. It's really good. It's really good. I have 55 hours in, and we're not even, you know. Yeah. All right, give me a sec. I'll be right back.
And Rad was never seen again, kidnapped by food delivery guy.
I'm back. Wait. God damn it. I have to fucking walk to shit, to reach the fucking driver. God damn it, man. Just why is GPS so hard with boomers? I swear to God. GPS is pretty fucking straightforward. Don't matter. I got my food now. Holy shit. Fucking sprinted this. No offense, Mr. Traba, you're in a desperate need of workout. I do. I do. Oh, fuck. But actually, thanks to VR, I've actually been doing that. Not recently, but I kind of put quite a lot of share of mine on that one. And some workout stuff. It's actually pretty fun. What food? Hold up, 1 second. Give me a sec. I eat just some basic rice bowl because I don't know what to order. Some rice teriyaki beef. Nothing fancy. But hold up. Jesus, quite a mess. Bada bing, bada boom. So a small portion as well. Bada rice and teriyaki beef. Yeah. Ooh. So Jimmy, or that looks grim. No, trust me. This is so fucking good. I love that. I love me some teriyaki. My camera is just fucking dog shit. You guys can just Google teriyaki rice. You'll see what I mean. Oh. Okay. Alright. Since I'm eating right now, we can watch some videos while meeting. So if you guys got some stuff, do link in the chat so we can check it out together. Do you watch the Skillet video from 3 days ago? I think so. Let me make sure. Jesus Christ, why do we have so many bots recently? Banished. Oh shit, OneSin got it first. Who's skill up. Skill up. Oh yeah, we did. We watched that one. I think we literally watched it as it came out. So yeah. Filthy maidenless bot. See, did I saved up any stuff that I want to watch on stream? I think I do. Okay, this. Oh my god, 45 minutes? Okay, never mind. I retracted that. What the fuck? I didn't realize it's a fucking long as video. Okay, there's this though that I really, really want to watch. Because it's never been seen. The Elden Ring press kit unboxing. Oh boy. Oh my god. Rice tarnished. Wait, you got an actual sword? God damn. Oh, you guys got some links as well. We'll check it out after this. Okay. Relaxing and showing off his knife collection. Piku Haji. We gotta turn this up because it's kind of ASMR. Look at that huge thing. Oh my god. Oh. The Erdtree logo.
Tactical nuke incoming!
Oh shit! Well, this is a interesting timing of a raid. Welcome, LVH Epic Face. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. How you doing? I'm actually eating right now. I was drawing. I was actually drawing, but I'm eating right now. So we kind of watch some videos while we're eating, instead of like complete silence. What's up? How you doing? Welcome. Thank you for the raid. Hey, hey. Hello, hello. Oh, there's the code chat. Collector box. The thingy thing. Ooh. The logo of the magics in the game. Some postcard from the Limgraves. That's pretty cool. And the poster of Godfrey. Fucking A. Oh, that looks so good. Yeah, you got those two. Oh shit, art book. Oh man. Okay, now I'm super jealous. Oh shit. What the fuck? Oh, Melina. Damn, that's such a good. Holy shit, man. Oh my god. Oh man. That is some delicious arts. Oh. Dude, the Radon is so good. Fuck. That's such a good art book. There it is. Millennia. Pure arts. God damn. Oh, that's so good. I just realized her sword doesn't have a hilt. Or a handle, even. The whole thing is just a blade. But it kind of makes sense because her right arm is a prosthetic arm. So it's not like it's gonna make her bleed. God damn, it's so cool. Dude, I wish I have that on my table right now. Extremely rare Elden Ring press kit. Of course. The relaxing end got it. Of course. Jesus Christ, you got a hatchet? Jesus Christ, man. Okay, wait. I forgot. The sword. Oh. Only 40 of these were made? Oh my god, man. Bro. Rice tarnished. Ooh. Like some messages. Is that a wooden carved Melania? Oh my god. It's an actual fucking sword. Is this the Claymore? I forget what is this one called in game with that hilt. Or is it just a broadsword? God damn. I think judging by the size, it's just a broadsword. Damn. They are not joking around with this press kit. What the fuck? Get an actual straight up sword. Are you kidding me? Oh, come on, you're not gonna chop anything up? Come on, man. Oh, that's so cool, though. God damn. I'm jealous. Fuck. I bet it's some kind of small poster or something. Oh! Oh, they're being so nice by only showing the starting area of the game. It's not even the whole map. Limgrave and Weeping Peninsula. That's cool. And then there's this message from this logo of the sun. Interesting. Even put it down to the detail. Long ago, the shattering. Okay, it's like the monologue of the thing. I see Bandai Namco have stepped up their production quality. Pigmented, 10 out of 40. God damn. Elden Ring. Dude. Oh my god, I'm so jealous right now. What the fuck? This is so fucking cool. Why can I not have this? Have I not promote Elden Ring enough in this channel? I think everyone have fed up of me talking about the game before release. What is that Melina's jacket or coat? No way. It looks like a raincoat though. That's cool. To be fair, her coat is just like straight up green, so it's nothing really special, but you know. There's more? The fuck? Soon I'll get this. I don't think you can get it. It's limited to only 40 people. And they sent it exclusive for press kit. Press kit is basically like a packages that the game publishers send to like content creators as a like promoting the game. And that's why people like relaxing and got it. A hoodie. Okay, I mean, this backpack is literally just like a normal backpack with Elden Ring written on it. It could be cooler if they put like the logo of the Earth Tree somewhere. Okay, there's more inside it. Jesus Christ, there's so many. A mug? A mug. Okay. I mean, of course, it's kind of like minimalistic shit. Where's the logo, man? 12-3? What is that? What does the number means? I don't know what that means. Water bottle. Oh, a fucking thermos. Cool, cool. Dude, the sword though. What the fuck? They literally send you the sword. God damn. This is actually crazy. Never seen anyone do that. What the hell? Bullshit. Excuse me, you mispronounced Estus Flask. Dude, if they actually, like... I mean, they definitely could, but I don't think they would. Like, it's the kind of thing that Bethesda do with the Fallout Collector Edition. Remember that one? Oh man, that was a joke. The Nuka-Cola bottle. That was sad. That was just straight up sad, dude. You got a Steam Deck as well. Wait, there's a gameplay to it? Hold up. I want to see. We already saw the unboxing. Peppa Pig! Okay. Cyberpunk on a Steam Deck? Excuse me?
Good morning, Night City!
Does it run properly though? Did he just capture the bug? I mean, it kind of works. It definitely works. Not bad. I mean, especially if you turn on the FSR, of course it's gonna work. Black Ops Zombie, Ultimate Doom, GTA 5. God of War. This thing is actually a really good device.
You've had to kill people before, haven't you?
It's a handheld Elden Ring. Okay, dude. It's a handheld PC. Okay, with the stuttering Elden Ring enjoyer. Okay, this guy watched Twitch. Of course. So bad. Okay. Damn. This is like a fever dream. Seeing games like Red Dead Redemption running on a handheld, it's so weird. The thoughts of it. It is not 60 FPS, but you know, you cannot really ask much for a handheld.
But can it run Crysis?
Crysis. Not bad, not bad. Dying Light 2?
Yeah, I know. Don't want to go up against any of those anytime soon.
Yeah, most of the high-end PC games, it's like 40 FPS-ish.
You have kids.
How long do you think? How long do you guys think the lifespan of a Steam Deck is, in terms of like, you know, until the hardware counts as outdated? Because Switch has been around since what? 2015, right? Or is it? Was it 2015? So I feel like handheld does not have a long lifespan, but Steam Deck is special. It's a handheld that run PC. It's kind of very interesting.
It sure could run your mum.
Good one. Can you run Crisis once in? Yeah, once in. I've seen 1700 PC struggle to run DL2 at 30, so this isn't a half bad. What the? Who the fuck built a 1700 PC, $1,500 PC, and still struggle playing Dying Light 2? What did they get? A fucking $1,000 RGB case? Jesus Christ. Ooh, I forgot this device have touchscreen. It's actually dope. It does still have like a bunch of games that they cannot run. The hardware looks really clean though. I really do want this. Like, it's kind of dope. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Alright. I think you guys know what time is it. What time is this? 8:40. I think you guys know what's coming. Oh shit. Well. Jesus Christ, sorry, that was so loud. Let me save this. Not bad. Definitely not done yet. Still need to polish that outfit. But I like where this is going. It's actually not bad. Hold up. Oh my god. Right, you didn't click links. Oh shit. Okay, one sec. Let me just post this on Twitter real quick. 1 second. Ah. 1 second. Bada bing. Bada bum. There you go. If you guys want to check out the drawing that I did today, upload everything on Twitter. So if you haven't followed me on Twitter, do give me a follow. Thank you very much. Okay, where's the links? What the hell is this? All of us are dead?
안 내면 진다. 가위바위보. 가위바위보. 가위바위보.
가자 딱.
바이러스란 살아남고자 하는 본능은 지능을 뛰어넘고 우리는 바이러스와의 싸움에서 단 한 번도 이긴 적이 없어.
그럼 교과서가 틀린 거예요?
틀렸어.
뭔가 지가. All right.
부산행이다.
준이가 왜 학교에 나와? 영화에 나와야지.
Like some high school zombie stuff. Interesting.
감염된 인간은 극한의 공포심을 느끼고 오직 살기 위해 상대를 공격한다. 인간으로 죽느니 괴물이 돼서라도 살아남으라고. 죽을 거야. 희망 같은 거 갖지 마요.
제발 도와주세요.
죄송합니다. 다리 기다리고 있어요.
놓지 마. 놓치지도 말고. 맞다.
Is this like the cool things right now? I noticed it's 18 millions views. What's going on? It's Train to Busan. Actually, the best line in Netflix movie. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm not a zombie. I'm not the biggest zombie anything fans. Like, it was cool back in like 2010, and then you know, Left 4 Dead happened. You know, there's like very cool zombie movies like the Night of the Dead, or you know, World War Z was meh. I don't know. Zombies modern media's kind of boring for me. So but yeah, I don't know. I mean, trailer's web is actually really good. Yeah, it looks like it is the hype on Netflix right now. I see. I'm gonna be honest though, I'm not a fan. Not a fan. And then it's a TV show as well, which I probably never gonna finish, considering every time I start anything series, I probably like will drop it after like a couple episodes. And that's always gotta be the case. You know, I despise Netflix, so me like can definitely say something. Yeah, but if it's a movie, I will give it a try. TV series, I have not watched anything TV series wise since 2013, and back then I was watching Friends with my dorm mate, my roommate. Yeah, I'm not a TV series guy because I know I will not be able to keep up with it. I'm too busy streaming and playing games. I would try like movies, but not TV series. When he challenged Prussia to a war. Is this a movie clip?
Meine Herren, was Sie hier sehen, ist unsere Situation. Wir befinden uns hier auf dieser Seite. Norden, Osten und dort drüben, bei Düppel, befindet sich der Feind.
Düppel.
Dies wird eine der heftigsten Schlachten unserer Geschichte. Durch einen andauernden Beschuss unserer Kanonen werden wir die Dänen erschöpfen. Und damit meine ich nicht nur ihre Schanzen und Befestigungsanlagen. Wir werden die Nerven des dänischen Soldaten auseinanderreißen. Währenddessen werden sich unsere Truppen unter die dänischen Stellungen graben. In wenigen Wochen werden diese Laufgräben von 30.000 Soldaten bevölkert sein, die bereit sind anzugreifen. Göben?
Haubitzen! 12 und 24 Pfunder geriffelte Feldkanonen mit Hinterlader. Sie haben eine Reichweite von 5 Kilometern mit unerhörter Präzision. Halten Sie sich die Ohren zu, meine Herren. Der Krach an sich ist tödlich.
Never seen this movie before.
Es ist jetzt 16:15 Uhr und wir beginnen mit der Erschöpfung der dänischen Schanzen.
Oh, it's a TV series. 1864.
Haubitzen!
Jesus Christ! Good one. Good one, dude. Good one. Jesus. Good one. God damn it. What the fuck, man? I did not expect. I actually thought it's gonna be like some really cool audio something. Fucking A, dude. You got me. You got me. Alright, last one. From Hassel. How to make your art more interesting. Oh shit.
You are looking at something totally uninteresting. A blank screen. Some of you are looking to the left, others to the right. Your eye is unengaged.
True.
But now, instantly, I've changed that. And you just followed the cute white bunny there, and there, and there. I'm following it too. We can't help it. Our eyes just crave difference. Difference is the secret of compelling art. Well, one of its secrets. See, repetition is generally boring to look at. The model you want to emulate looks something more like this. The idea is
abstract.
The differences engage your eye and make it care about what it's looking at. This concept can manifest in different painting fundamentals. For example, a difference in value, light versus dark. Here's a difference
this is some
edges, hard versus soft.
For the context, this is some really art education stuff. Like, this is some very, very educational textbook stuff.
Here's a difference in
I remember studying this.
Here's a difference in size. Here's a difference in level of activity. And last but not least, a difference in color temperature. In all of these examples, your eye can't help but notice those differences and be engaged by them. Looking at this in the abstract, like these examples here, is helpful because it gets us thinking about visual language. The artists at Studio Ghibli are masters at implementing difference. This shot, ignoring that little totem in the middle, is largely comprised of a wall and a path. Those items are not inherently interesting. If I were to have painted this in my early student days, it probably would have looked something like that. The physical subject is still readable, but the picture is less interesting. The wall is the same value and color from top to bottom. There's room for something like this, value and temperature difference. The shapes on that wall are very checkerboard-like in the sense that they're repetitive. Perhaps adding in some countervailing diagonals could help throw off the scent there. Also, that wall only has a few shapes on it. They're all very similar in size, too. There's lots of room for difference there. How about these stones? Again, too much of the same shape. Even their outlines have equally hard edges. Repetition is the antithesis of difference, and it's so easy to make too much of it. Now, watch the screen. The original painting's coming back. There it is. Look at these nice differences happening in the wall. Color and value differences, and the texture adds shape differences. Back to the color difference for a second. Most of those colors are derivations of red, but I love what's going on in this area. That little bit of texture has a bluish quality to it. If we plot the average red of the wall here, and we want something to look blue in that context, you don't necessarily need to traverse this whole path. This painting stops its journey to blue around here, which keeps the color choices connected to red, but still offers a great enough difference for it to appear like a nearly opposite hue. All right, back to that wall. The cast shadows from an off-screen tree are designed as diagonals, offsetting the otherwise linear stuff happening. The cobblestones on the ground are all kinds of sizes, and there are differences in edge from hard to soft. Remember that the idea of difference is abstract. You are never only painting a wall or only painting cobblestones. You have to consciously design in abstract differences that make something interesting. I use this analysis all the time when painting from photo reference too. This is a snapshot I took, and I like the overall mood, but if I'm going to spend hours doing a painting, I want to maximize what I can get out of it in terms of these differences.
That's actually a very nice painting.
One thing I like about this photo is that there's lower activity in this section and higher activity in this section. I can study that difference in a quick, almost abstract thumbnail here. I'm using only the rectangle lasso tool and a few values. There are more shapes and more value contrast where the focal point of the house is, and less of those things in the foreground path. And I think that would work, but I don't love how much space is given to the less active part. I think I can implement those same differences but in a condensed frame, more like this. Now, we are potentially running into another problem where the distribution of difference is split in half.
This dude is definitely an art teacher,
In this beautiful
for sure.
Richard Tree
Yeah.
painting, we can almost identify that same issue. However, there are these lines that carry difference from the more interesting top half into the less interesting bottom half. Imagine that weren't in the picture, and it looked like this. Does it still read? Sure. But now you got this big blank area, which, yes, still offers a difference against the more active area above it, but it's too obvious now, too in your face. These lines in the composition help distribute that difference in a more pleasing way. Speaking of lines, my snapshot here presents a danger of too much rigid repetition between horizontals and verticals. I will probably want to introduce differences there. You have to be careful though, because if you wonk out something structural like a house too much, it no longer looks like a viable living space. So I'll probably have to leave the house fairly linear. The tree and its shadows, however, offer
It's
me
pretty
lots of raw
cool video though,
materials.
but goddamn. This kind of reminds me of watching a teacher doing a presentation. Holy shit, dude. I remember. This is kind of cool video though. If you guys like want to learn drawing or just art in general, but in a more in-depth technical way, this is definitely one of the good videos to watch. I'm a subscriber to this guy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you, eDude 3838383838383 E8832838387 for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? Didn't expect you to spell the whole fucking name, didn't ya? Well, that's a rule in this channel. Thank you for the follow. Hello, what's up? How you doing? It's actually a pretty good video, but we're not gonna finish the whole video. This is some straight up art study at this point. What is this? Alright, last video. This Ash of War changes everything. What the fuck is...
Thank you for the follow. Edu383838383832883837.
Exactly. Yo, where do you find this Ash of War? The fuck? I want this. This looks dumb, I love it. I'm assuming it's coming from that horn. There's an emote fucking... What the fuck? Interesting. Okay. I am gonna find that shit. What the fuck? Okay. Alright. Gaming time. Elden Ring. Oh, so what's up, Venice? How you doing? And again, welcome Edu 3838. Okay, I'm not gonna spell your name again. I'm gonna call you Edu. Edu? Edu? Edu. One second, let me just close a bunch of stuff. But you guys can let me know one of those horror movie stuff that we were talking about. I can list it out, and maybe we can watch some of those in the next movie night that we can do. I'm down. Horror movie night sounds fun, especially classic ones. Never have an actual goal to fight for. Just sooner before I start a second stream, say hi. Hello, how you doing? I'm chilling. I'm glad you're doing great too. Oh, Asylum. There we go. I think we really need to watch that. I feel like that one's very, very, very interesting to watch. I'm down to watch that one. Asylum. Monka Jiga. But unfortunately, the All of Us Are Dead thingy, who recommended me earlier? Saints? I don't think so. I don't think we can do like a TV series movie night. Because, you know, everyone have their own pacing when it comes to like watching series. It's gotta be a little bit hard to do so. You know what I mean? But since everyone says that it's a really good show, I think if you're into the zombie stuff like that, you know, if you're a fan of Train to Busan, I'm assuming that's where the TV show kind of rides off the hype. Looks like Korean movie directors really into zombie stuff. I love the intensity when you say Saints. Yes, Saints. Thanks for the recommendation. Saints. Ooh. And of course, since I see some people, new people in chat, if you would like to see my arts, or since, you know, I'm pretty sure some of you guys click this channel because you saw the drawings that I did earlier. I uploaded everything to Twitter, including the one that I just drew earlier, Rhea, my OC. You can check everything out on my Twitter, twitter.com/retrap, or you can follow me in the panel down below at retrap on Twitter and Instagram, whichever you prefer. Thank you. If you say it harder, we might get a sequel sooner. Saints 2! Don't say a sequel. They haven't even released Saints Row, the reboot. Is that Saints? Does Saints Row got a release date, or not yet? I forgot. I don't think they do have a release date yet. Oh shit! I remember where we left off. August 23rd. Alright, right. Oh, thank you, Lucas. It's still quite a long time, huh? Guess it's no use to hype right now, man. Just chill. Alright? Don't get too hype. Careful. Oh no, I forgot we left off in this boss fight last time. Alright. We really gotta start off today's Elden Ring with boss fight, huh? Alright, here we go. Woohoo! Let me check out what the hell is this. Oh my god, he's there! Okay. How you doing? Wait, is he stuck? Is he stuck? No! Fuck! I thought I could cheese him. Starlight shards. Alright. Wow. Dude keeps dodging my attack. Alright. Oh my. Shadow. How does that hit me? Oh my god. That doesn't make sense. Oh. Ooh. Okay, what is going on with this game? He just grabbed me through the floor. He just grabbed me through the floor. I'm gonna die! I missed that. Alright. Wow, that still hits me. No, he's dead. Fuck. Okay, bros, can we stop going through the wall? It's like the third time you do this. Alright, I did not see that coming. Ow. Ow. I'm so dead, dude. I literally miss everything. Oh fuck. Oh my god. Holy shit. Okay, that's I'm dead. Bye. Oh no! That's not what I mean by, you know, saying bye. I was trying to, no. How could this happen to me? Who designed this boss? I just want to have a private conversation. Yo, mom. Good one. Okay, it's kind of a dumbass. I mean, I can try to like... Okay, never mind. I like how my mimic just like following me. Okay, hello. dead. Okay, that was lucky. Oh, Mimic. Bro! Stop killing my Mimic. Woohoo! How did that still hit me? I'm dead. Fuck. I forgot you cannot damage them when they're in the animation. Fuck. I'm dead. Oh my god. Mimic, please heal. God damn it, why are you so dumb? No! Ah, Jesus, fuck. I'm dead. Goodbye forever. Okay, I'm still alive. Anggar. Wah! Wah!
I am Die. Thank you forever.
Yes. Alright, we got this, we got this. Oh my god, how did I not? Holy shit. Okay. We're good, we're good. Everyone's good. Oh fuck. You dumb fuck. Ooh. I'm dead. Alright. Bye-bye. Easy people! Jerry Souls did it once again. Falling Star Beast Jaw. What is this? I'm assuming it's some kind of an axe. Colossal weapon. Oh my god. That is some colossal weapon, alright? Jesus. You got some sick animation also. That's cool. Alright, the grafted, I still cannot use this, so why am I even holding this? I have no idea. Oh my god, sorry. Alright. Moving on. Now where do we go from here? This is where we come from. Can't believe yesterday I struggled with that. It's like a castle of lava. Maybe you want to jump off here? I think so. Jesus, FPS drop for no reason. Hello? Alright. Oh, it's these guys. Check out if there's any items laying around. Like that. Well, it's pretty late yesterday, true. I was already kind of tired. Volcanic stone. I wonder what can we make with the volcanic stone thingy. Oh. Oh shit! We got these guys. Again. Oh, Jesus Christ! Forgot how fucking annoying that one. Okay. Oh. Huh? Ooh, like that. You like that, huh? Easy. Easy. Got another golden seed for your mom. Huh? I noticed there's a lot of stutters in this area. Does it stutters constantly for you guys? On stream? Or is it like whatever? The fuck? What is it doing here? And why is there someone that keeps getting damaged down there? Oh, I gotta kill this guy. What is going on down there? Someone died. I can barely make it out. But someone's fighting someone. But it's a very one-sided fight. Oh, that's why. Adios, boys. You guys are annoying to fight. I'm just gonna... adios. Out of here. Whatever the fuck. Oh! Okay. Jesus. Ooh, a map. Jesus Christ. Okay, bro. Okay. Nice. Very OP. Fuck you, man. Chris. No! Oh! god. Can you not touch me? Oh fuck man, I'm 1 HP. God damn it. Bad guys everywhere. I'm bad. Sit! Okay. Whew. We're good. Okay, we got 30k. Let me just redeem this real quick. 1400. Ah, shit. That is too much. Fuck. I forgot what did I want to add it yesterday. I guess more dexterity. Why not? Do 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 do. Can you guys just take the hit? Looks like we find a lot of these sacramental bud in this area. I'm assuming we're bound to use it a lot later on. What is that? Is that a friend? A strong foe. That looks disgusting. Let's kill it. Oh god. Oh boy! Alright, you are disgusting as fuck. And a larvar tear. There's a bunch of corpse on its mouth. I wonder what that is though. That looks so weird. Creepy. Try fire? Ow. I think we should try to respec our stats as well. I forgot. I want to do that. Because I want to try the dragon weapons. Whee! What is that? Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? Are we... Oh my god, it's fucking 5 times now! Look, Chad, it's your favorite fucking asshole from the game. Fun boss. We literally just fought him yesterday. We literally just fought him yesterday. Okay, bro. What the fuck? I fought this guy so much that I already memorized most of his weapon. I mean, most of his movesets. That it's become like a muscle memory now. Except that one. Alright, just let me finish you, man, so I can move on. Where are you running back? No. No. Are you healing? Are you trying to heal? Bye-bye. Next time I see him as an optional boss, I am not fighting him anymore. I'm done. Done. I am done. This is like the 4th or 5th time I've seen him. I am so fucking tired to fight this fucker. I am done! Alright. We're not fighting any of this guy. No more. I'm tired. I'm pretty sure that was like his actual... This is like his actual first real spawn. We fought 3 variant of an optional of this guy. 3 variants optional variants. I cannot believe that. Jesus Christ. Oh shit, we went to the wrong way. I guess you will see this on every tree since it came from the minor tree thing. I don't think so, but I feel like this one specifically is because it's a corrupted minor tree, as we can see here. I'm assuming this one's just because it's a corrupted one. Because the other minor tree is guarded by Earth Tree Avatar. That's what they call it. So I'm assuming it's those guys that we're gonna fight instead of whoever the fuck. Ow. So this is back to the start. So okay, we found the loop. I guess we want to continue it off from here and get inside the castle. This area is a little bit confusing because a lot of it is a broken path, so you kind of like have to go around and around again and again. So okay, so we want to go to that place, but I'm not sure where is the entrance of it. If we go okay. I'm not sure how do we get into the castle. But there's like a bridge above us right now. Ow. So I'm assuming we have to go from there. The question is, I still have no idea how do we get there in the first place. Someone in the number 2 group? Something. Isn't there a number 2 trap house? What do you guys just do? One of you just do something. And the message is said... Yeah, trap house. The message is blank. Monka Giga. Oh, okay. I think we can fight this, guys. Oh, wait, it's not attacking. Uh-oh. A frenzied giant? Oh, that's interesting. Never seen that before. How are we gonna fight him? Ow. This bamboo guys are a bit annoying. Oh boy. What the fuck? What? Oh, I see. Okay. Of course I missed that. What are you doing, man? Okay. So we got a giant with a frenzy magic in this area. Now the question is how? He's on a hangover. I see. That makes sense actually. This area is dropping my frames. Holy shit. Like very much. I wonder what makes it very hefty. Volcano Manor. Oh, it's a Grace. Oh. Oh, the lady from the loading screen. I think your cloak physics are dropping your frame. No, I don't think so. This is not VR chat. That cloak's very optimized, actually. But we can try. Like right now, I'm not moving at all. This is like 52. Like it's not even affecting my frames. Okay, let's look here. I'm not moving. 46, 43, 40. Okay, average 43. $48, 44, 48, 47, 44, 47. Yeah, there's no different. No difference. Look, VR chat, it's Unity, alright? It's different. Hello?
Aren't you precocious? We rarely receive visitors to the Volcano Manor without invitation. Fascinating. And not unlike another guest we had long ago. So, tarnished. Have you ever harbored doubts about the burden of grace and the dogmatic ramblings of the Fingers? If you have, why not join the Volcano Manor and fight with us, rise with us, against the Erd Tree?
Wait, what?
Aren't you precocious?
I didn't pay attention.
We rarely receive visitors to the Volcano Manor without invitation. Fascinating. And not unlike another guest we had long ago. So, tarnished. Have you ever harbored doubts about the burden of grace and the dogmatic ramblings of the Fingers? If you have,
Oh.
Why not join the Volcano Manor and fight with us, rise with us, against the Erd Tree?
I mean, I don't want to, but this might unlock some stuff, so.
Your decision is most welcome. Now you belong to the Volcano Manor family. The drawing room lies down the hall. Make yourself comfortable. I am Tanith, the proprietress of this house. An honor to have you.
Huh. I just lied to her. I do not care about this fans club. But I want something behind that door. 'Cause I know there's gotta be some interesting loot. I knew it. That is useless. Fuck. Hidden path? Oh shit. Snake snail. Whoa. Do you guys see that? The fuck? The snail just got fucking bashed off. Holy shit. Oh, I see him. Won't that guy tired standing there? I'm pretty sure that guy's not even alive. Like, you know what I mean? It's not like, it's not alive. Okay, this is a long hallway. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, it's those guys again. This is like the third time we fought him as well. Oh. No way. Is that a weapon? Ooh. Holy shit. That looks so fucking dope. God damn. Ooh. Okay, bro. Oh. Okay, that's so fucking sick. Invisible roll? Oh my god. Okay. Oof. Oh, this could be a fun PvP weapon. Oh man, that's so fucking sick. Look at me, I'm like a fucking ninja, dude. God damn. That's a thing in Dark Souls 1 and 2, I think, but it's not as fancy as that. It's just roll animation, but you disappeared in a couple of frames. That was new. Never seen that. Flash step from Bleach. Okay, we missed something. We gotta go back. I'm so glad we joined it. That's the only way we can find that claw, actually. I could use that weapon for PvP build. That's actually a pretty dope weapon. my frames. Hello. Why is there so many of you guys? That's really dope. Depraved Perfumer Caraman. Huh. Alright. Oh. Shit. Debated. Okay. I mean, we got some cool stuff just from joining the manor. I hope that does not trigger a bad ending, because this manor, this fans club, is like basically hating on the idea of doing the Earth Tree or becoming the Elden Lord. So I hope that's not the case. Could you just kill her and take the key anyway? I could, but I hate the Crucible Knight. They're like the most annoying character in the game to fight, so... Likely lover? Okay, it looks like someone's supposed to be here. But I don't see anyone. Looks like it's a quest line of someone. I probably did not do it properly, so I don't see it. I wonder who are they talking about? Oh, someone's here. Ooh, okay. Letter from Volcano Manor. Recussin Finger? It's a multiplayer. Attempt to invade other players' world as a recussin or recussin. If you successfully invade an invasion, multiplayer will begin. You can attempt another invasion by using a Phantom Finger item. Is this basically invasion but infinite amount? Damn, okay. This is basically a fans club for... It's like a fans club for like evil people. Oh god, she got a gamer back.
A pleasure to meet you, Brave Tarnished.
Hi.
I am Raya, the Scout. Very pleased to welcome you to
You're
the
the
Volcano
Scout?
Manor. Under Lady Tanith's guidance, may you tread the path of valor.
Okay.
Brave Tarnished, under Lady Tanith's guidance.
You see, chat? If you don't have a proper posture, this is what happened. So always remember, watch your posture, so you don't get this back in the old days.
You. What in heaven's name are you doing here? The Volcano Manor is a pit of recusants who spit at grace and hunt our own kind. I hope you understand the weight of my words.
I do.
Well, as long as you understand what you're saying. I thought you were tarnished, bred by virtue. Perhaps playing that part led you to your doubts, I wonder. But know that the path you walk is blasphemy and leads only to a miserable death. Before you consider hunting any of your own kind, think on that. This blasphemous path leads only to a pitiful death. Before you consider hunting any of your own kind, think on that.
Interesting. Should we give it a try, chat? Invading someone? Which could be fun. Just to like fuck around. Spend your souls? Oh yeah, true. I don't have enough, I think. Need 10k. That is 25k. I do not need that much. Fuck. Dumbass. God damn it, bro. Oh, fuck. Now I have 15k. God damn it, man. Whatever. Gotta make the stakes higher. More fun. I see a lot of death here. Fuck. Sorry. 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 There it is. Come here, fucker. That's right. Better luck next time. He got that unique weapon though. Jesus. Okay, that's dope. Oh my. Okay, that's kind of cool. But goddamn, it's a 28 strength. I do not have that much. I'm sorry. Is that a weapon in Bloodborne? Probably something similar. Probably, yeah. I can see that. But if you're talking about the iconic switch axe, or I forget what it's called, glaive axe, it's a little bit different. And Bloodborne is the one that it's an axe that can close and open like a you know, old school chafing kit thingy. You know what I mean? Wait, can I try above? Maybe we can try up here. Yeah. It's a PvP area here. Can I use it here? Maybe I have to go outside. Oh, what the fuck? Hello? The fuck was that? What the fuck was that? That scared the shit out of me. Yeah, I'm asking the same thing. Everything seems fine. I don't know what the fuck was that. Jesus. Morse code from the undead. Alrighty then. Understandable. My PC is getting invaded. Okay, now I can use it. Alright. Let's give it a try. Invading another world. Wait, is it instant? Oh shit. Alright, here we go. Probably gonna die. But fuck it. You never try, you never know. The host is Prophet Gurundal. Where the fuck I am? I'm ahead in the area. Hello? Where the fuck is the player? I don't know this area, I haven't been here. Man, probably not a good idea to invade someone where I don't even know where I'm at. Am I supposed to go here? No, this is the starting one. None of the enemies got active yet. It's a weird looking snake. Yeah, all the enemies are not triggered. They're like still in the same in the spawn place. So that means the host is there. Why is he running? Is he trying to fight in a safe place? Oh, okay. Okay. Damn, we got some honorable fight going on here. Oh. Oh. Never mind. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait, what? Did he just get damage? That is very laggy. I dodged that. Oh, 1 second. Jesus Christ, that was so laggy. Wait, I haven't unlocked this area even. Very curious. Alright, let's try again. Okay, I cannot drop them down. I could use that guy to like attack the enemy. All your frame low into the lava? True. But there's not much I can do. So it's whatever. Yeah. Okay, this area is not triggered. Yeah, I should probably explore this area first and then try to invade. I absolutely have no idea where to go. And this is so awkward. Jesus fuck, dude, the frames. Where am I supposed to go? Not triggered, not triggered. None of this is triggered. Maybe here? Oh, maybe they're in the starting spot again. And he died. I win. See? So just like that, you guys can practice PvP. Yeah. Man. Yeah, that was kind of awkward. Not gonna lie. Dude, just fall off to the lava. Oh no. PvP when? I'm just trying to do some invading thing right now. Ah, shit. Okay. So, where do we fight? He doesn't know that I'm supposed to kill him. Oh no, I don't want to kill him now. He thinks that I'm friendly, dude. Alright. Okay, this guy knows. This guy knows. Whoa! That's so cool. Oh! Ah! Wait, what? Okay. No one 1v1 anymore, huh? Can we get like a 1v1 for once? Alright. I guess it's just gotta be no honor stuff now. Sag. I remember that time when invasion's supposed to be a PvP honorable fight. I guess nowadays everyone just trying to kill each other. That enemy design is actually pretty cool. Kinda dope, not gonna lie. And I crashed. Holy shit, dude. Okay, this area is so heavy. It's ganking my it's tanking my frames like a fucking maniac. Is it actually the lava, you guys think? I mean, I can see it as well. Most of the time, lava is a pretty big deal. Hold up. Let me see if I can, bada bing, bada boom. Bing bang. Walla walla ding ding. Bam. Alright, PvP in that area is not really a good idea, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know shit about the place. Keep getting fucking confused. Keep getting lost. Yeah, and it's always a 1v2. It's not really on my side, the whole thing. Probably should be a little bit smarter about it. At least I'm enjoying my snacks. But I can completely for sure says that it is definitely not the thingy thing. You know what I mean. The Cape Fur thing. Fuck. Was it too crunchy? I'm not trying to do some fucking food ASMR right now. Can you guys hear the whole thing? Thy welcome, Klaus Kalosh and Bedek. Interesting, we got some lightning bolt guy. Wait, we healing? Come on. What even is going on here? Okay, is everyone just gonna do this? What? No one really wanna, like, you know, really? Really, no one? Am I supposed to be the bad guy here? Right, fine. No more bowing bitches. I'm just gonna backstab everyone now. I'm done. This shit is really nice though. Alright, let's try. We're not here to do PvP. We're here to play the game. Could not invade? Okay. Oh wait. Fucked up. Okay, I'm done with my snacks. Is Elden Ring better than Dark Souls? Technically, yes. Technically speaking, yes. I mean, you know. Oh. It's basically everything good about Dark Souls or every other games that From Software made. Improve it and then throw it into one singular game. And it's Elden Ring. But I would say there are some things that Dark Souls good at and that Elden Ring doesn't, or vice versa. So I would still say that, you know, each have their own specialty stuff. Have you played Dark Souls before, Digga? Because if yes, then you'll be familiar to this game. It's just Dark Souls with a lot of improvements in the gameplay part. But you know, like I feel like story-wise, so far at least it's okay. I feel like the story, I still put it on Dark Souls 1 being the dopest so far. But this one's not bad as well, I would say. Defeat Richard. Where are you, Richard? I see. I see these summons, but not Richard himself. I wonder where Richard is. Ah, shit. Me broke. Yeah, I mean you can try to get this game on sale. When it's on sale. It's definitely doable. There's a fucking archer. Nope. No way. Are you kidding me? You just broke. Oh my god. What is going on with this area? Why is it so hard to run it? Wait, unless it's not the area, unless it's because of the invading. I wonder. Okay, let's not invade anymore and see if it's any better. We'll see. Because this never happened before, but at the same time, this is my first time ever invading someone, so could be that. But it's struggling to you know, render other people's skills that I never seen before, type of thing. So it could be that. It could be that. Ah, shit. I wonder what causes this to crash though. Because everything, CPU, RAM, disk, GPU, nothing's going overload. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. Maybe it specifically only happen when I'm invading someone. Could be that. But I doubt it. But we'll see anyway. I hear the scarab. Oh fuck, not this guy. Okay. Alrighty then. Okay then. Woohoo. Oh my god. Elchin Rimpak. Huh? Oh, Jesus. What's up, Dave? How you doing? It's right there. God damn it. Alright. Oh! Ah! Poison! 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 I always miss that. Oh my fucking god, who's throwing this? Who's that? Oh my god, this guy's doing assignments, copium. You got this, man. Finish those assignments, dude. I want to get the fuck out of this place fast. This frame drop's not fun. Ow. Great Omen Killer Creeper. Dun 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 dun. Missing simulator. Dun 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 dun. Earth tree seal? It's not for this. Oh wait, unless... It's not for this either. What is it then? Why can I not find it? Okay, it's just missing. It just went missing in my inventory. I have no idea. Oh my god, can this guy stop throwing fucking poison? No fucking way I can make this. There's no fucking way. Dude, okay, I will make this. Yeah, I will make this, okay. Watch this. Oh my god! I am the god of parkour. Holy shit. Did not think I would make that, actually. Actually pretty impressive. Dog? Beware of betrayal. Ooh, the lava is hurting my eyes. Is that... Oh, it's not Alexander. Nyom. Wait, what did I get? I didn't see. I didn't pay attention. Fuck. What did I get here earlier? Did you guys pay attention, chat? A shield? Oh, this. Smoldering shield. Interesting. Can you stop? I don't want to kill you, man. I always feel bad when I kill you guys. Stop chasing me, dude. Gesturing required ahead. Nah. Maybe? I don't think I have that ball gesture. Yeah, I don't have it. There's a lot of parkour in this area. Okay. So we can go to the right or go to the left. Okay, that's awkward. I'm gonna go to the left side first. Nothing here. Nothing here over. Okay, there's mostly nothing over here. Interesting. Okay, now we come back here. Wait, what? What do we go there for then? The fuck? Oh, fuck. I thought I could make it, okay? Shut the fuck up. It looks like I could. Got to. And we haven't crashed at all so far, so I think I proved my point that earlier we crashed because of the invading. So if I invade someone, I crash. That sucks. That's kind of sad, not gonna lie. I wonder why though. Considering we did play a PvP session yesterday, and I fought a bunch of you guys with 0 crashes. So why, if I decided to invade, I crashed? Interesting. This looks like a shortcut. Is the lava insta-kill? No. Does any of you guys who played this game have tried to invade and did you crash? I wonder if it's a performance issue or if it's just like the game have issues with invading. 'Cause I'm kind of curious. It doesn't make sense if it's performance. Just way too random. Ah, fuck. Nope. Still though, this proves my point. Well, it doesn't prove anything, actually, because we PvP like crazy yesterday. Like, definitely almost 20 fights, for sure. Why didn't I crash? If it's an online feature. Like it is in DS1. True. Dark Souls 1 lava is like no bullshit, man. It's like it doesn't even ask you permission to fuck your ass. Okay, there's nothing here. There's something here. Ow. Okay. Nothing here. Ow, ow. My eyes. Okay. There's gotta be something here. Okay, so lava waterfall. Lava fall. Ah. Huh? Ah. This is dark as shit. So lonely. Up ahead. So dark. Oh, it is actually supposed to be an inaccessible area. There's actually nothing here. Interesting. Lafa waterfall. Booyah! There's an item here. Nope. Debated. Wow, they actually didn't put anything here. Okay, bro. I went all the way here for nothing? Okay, there's nothing here. I look like a dumbass now. You think I didn't come up here, didn't ya? Okay, we can go up here. Alright, never mind. Debated. A whole lot of nothingness. Moving on. Wait, is there supposed to be nothing in this area? Oh wait, there's something here. Oh, okay. Are you fucking my ass? Ooh, shortcut. The other way around. I hear something epic there. Oh, fuck me. Are you serious? Optional magma worm? Hello? Ah, shit. Do I want to fight him? I don't know. If I want to, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Alright, man. Ow. Ow. This is probably my third magma worm. Yeah, I beat the optional in a dungeon and then the main one. Alright. Can summon Mimic? True. True. Yup. Alright, at least we know the speedrun route now. I think can drop down here. Okay. Okay, that's not what I'm... That's not what I meant to do. God damn it. Loop it back. The main path is easier, yeah, but it's slower. I don't know. Watch this. Watch this. Look. wanna get over there, right? And there's like a bunch of shit here, right? We cannot go to, right? We just do this. Bada bing. And then... Hold up, let me think. Bing, bang. Boom. Cannot go there. Bing. Bam. Can we go there? I think we can. I'm not sure. I forgot. How do we get there in the first place? I think we just walk through lava. This place is so confusing. Yeah, I think we did this. Wait a minute. Who are you? Alright. There's an elevator here. Where are we going? Help? Oh, it's progressed. Okay, let's not progress first. Let's go down here first. Let's check out the bottom area first. We can kill the magma worm. Looks like there's something that can be explored behind them. So we can do that. Oh, there's another elevator. That goes down here, which is useless. Alright. Ulo. Wait, he's gone? Oh, okay. What's up, buddy? Oh my god, I forgot the hitbox of the whole body. For that one. I literally cannot touch him when you do that. Yeah, you can come here. Look at my mimic. Okay. Alright, we're fighting over there then. Alright then. Okay, thank you for your help. Fuck, too early. What? I rolled there. Bam. Okay. I literally rolled there. Not sure what's going on here. Seems like the game's kind of broken in this area. Not sure what's going on. But we keep on moving. Bada bing. There's gotta be a faster way to do this. There's no way I have to literally fucking... But there's no other path though. That is the only way. Let me parkour around here real quick. Maybe I'll find something else. We got that. I'm not sure what that is. We can go through there. Maybe there's like secondary path that I can take. We got this. What is this? Seek God. Interesting. This dude. Really like to fight. This guy too. Hello. Alright, this looks like it's one of the other area that we can access to. Albinauric blood clot. This is like the proper way, I guess. Interesting. Those guys like to sit up there. You guys gonna go down? That is creepy as shit. Wait, are they not attacking? Okay. Maybe you can grab me? Maybe I can backstep? Alright. Not sure what's that all about. But alright. I'm not fighting that Iron Maiden again. That bitch ass is fucking annoying. Alright, I'm not even gonna kill them. I feel too bad. Dude, this shit is fucking dark. I have not meant to do that. Oh, hey, I miss you. How you doing? Okay, we got a grandma down here. This dude is acting very cool. Bah. Bah. Offer lover. Okay, dude. You kinky bastard. Alright. This one, someone died from this guy. I'm gonna kill him fast. Someone on the other room. Oh, it's the dragon guy. Yo! Explosive Great Bolt. Sounds massive. Nothing over here. Grace! What are you guys Pepe laughing about, huh? There's literally nothing in here. And I still don't understand why did that guy screams. Yeah. descend. Damn, this is like the proper way to do it. Try jumping. Whee! Okay, we went over there. Okay. Magma Worm, episode 3. Let's fucking go. Just trying to confuse him. Is it even worth it to kill the Magma Worm here? I already got his unique weapon, to be fair. There's nothing else I can unlock from him. So I don't know, why do I even want to kill this guy? Such an annoying boss to fight. What? One hit? Yo, what? How did he kill me in one hit? That's new. Huh? Uh-huh? Uh-huh? Okay, there's nothing there. Okay, we already went here. Let's not explore this area anymore. Uh-huh? Ow. Yeah, it's such an annoying boss to fight. Ah, shit! Woo! Thank God I double healed here. Stop killing my mimic! Okay, that's the insta-kill. Oh, it's not. That's a fancy moveset. I cannot see anything but his ass. No! This is so fucking awkward, dude. Every time I try doing the fucking handstand shit, can't see anything but his ass. I guess we don't have to lock onto him all the time. Or I can just try to stagger him. Maybe that'll work better. Oh shit. How the fuck do we get there again? I forgot. I think it's here. Wow. Ow. Ow. I guess I can just invite him here instead. This is a bigger area. Why am I even trying to bother him? This schmool fucking axis. Come over here. We'll fight easier here. Yeah, that's right. I like how it throw your fucking cookery. How do I even fight this? Ow. And oh, come on, it's lava. Cannot even critical him. Alright. Thank you very much. Now, this better be worth it. There's gotta be some worth it item here. Because this is like the third time I fought him. Smithing stone. You know what? +7? I'll take that. That's actually kind of rare. So you know what? I'll take that. GG! Is it an elevator? No. Was that it? That was not worth it. That was not worth it. Okay, maybe something here. Surely there's something they put down here for people who persistently would like to roll around. Nothing. I keep trusting Miyazaki for no reason. This is what I get. Let's try to find some grace here. To be honest though, I do like the atmosphere of this area. It's kind of cool, especially the castle design. It's like one of those Castlevania vibe. Bloodborne stuff. I forgot the name of the theme of this stuff. Open world problems, true. Come at me! Alright. This guy looks like a knight that we never seen before. So I guess we're gonna find a new kingdom in this area. I'm assuming. And we unlock the shortcut. Ooh, a cutscene shortcut. That's special. Also, what's up, Kate? How you doing? Hello. Oh. Not watching spoilers. I got you. Thank you for stopping by anyway. Appreciate it. Oh my god. Damn. That is some hot bridge right there. Let's turn me on. What? Huh? Okay. Fire. Why does this bridge have a cutscene in the first place? That was kinda specific, but okay. God, Red, I love watching your stream. Maybe because I'm high. I don't know. Are you always high when you watch my stream, Zay? Okay. There's nothing here. Okay, I thought those candles are also death. Blood stains. Jesus Christ. Okay, this looks like some satanic church 101. So I'm just gonna sneak around here because I know there's gonna be... Oh my fucking god. Are we... Okay. We're actually fighting him a second time. Oh my fucking god. I can't believe this. And this time I don't have my boy. I am not letting you... Okay, never mind. He is already in a second phase anyway. Alright. Okay. Alright, bro. Can we... Oh my god. Wrong bottle. Alright. High five, brother. Thank God. I fucking hate that guy, dude. The cutscene is for you, Rad. They know you're king. Okay, then. Okay, man. Sorry. You know, for a type of elite enemy, for an elite enemy, I actually for an elite enemy that I don't like, he actually have like one of the good song in the game. His theme song is actually pretty nice. It's kind of dope sounding. Okay. Contraption does not move. Liar ahead. I almost fell. I see some people fell. What? What is he doing? All right. Wrong butt plug? Wait, what? Dude, this place is so red. It makes my bloodstained STD joke sounds like a joke. Jesus, this place is so edgy. Even the candle is made out of a fucking virgin's blood. Hehehe. Cannot get any more edgy than this. This kind of reminds me of Pontiff Sullivan area in Dark Souls 3. Is it not? It's like a cross sign layout of the church or castle-ish. I remember Pontiff also have this layout. And the second floor as well. Yeah, right? It's crazy. Red Pontiff Church, basically. Okay, there's nothing here though. I'm pretty sure there's something, but it's probably a secret or something. But I don't really have any interest, so let's move on. Hiya! Golden Rune 12. Script. Who was this? No item ahead. I'll check it out anyway. Oh, it's a shortcut to go back. Okay. Good to know. Excuse me, coming through, coming through. Lake so to speak jumping. Yeah, no thanks. Here? Try throwing precious item. Good one! Oh, not you again. I'm not gonna even fight you. Ow. Ooh. You gotta... fire sword there. I hear... Oh, it's... Where is it? Oh, there he is. Ah, oh, Jesus fuck! Alright. The Iron Maiden's still chasing me. Lord of the Ring reference, yeah. But I don't think throwing Elden Ring's a good idea there. Oh my fucking god! Dude. That actually scared me. Oh my god. Stop. Gets a shortcut unlocked. Cool. Oh, you're annoying, aren't you? don't think. Dude, what is wrong with this these people? Ooh, there's an item there. That's very interesting item positioning. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. You guys hear that? Ah! Commoner's Headband. Standard where commoners land between only there are no commoners remaining with their wits about them. Hear what? Another your mom joke? A good one! 10 point for Gryffindor. A face? Okay, I can summon here. I'm assuming there's gonna be some big fight. Mosh mosh. Jerry des. Okay. I'm just gonna take this. Oh, they're actually attacking. Alright, poisonous when they died. One hit, gotcha. Woohoo! Okay, there's a big blob over there. That looks kind of disturbing. I'm just gonna check out this area first. I'll see you around in the next episode. Okay. This is it. Okay, let's see if this is like some fucking... I don't even know what the fuck that is. Oh, he's looking at me. Alright. Hello, sir. I am here to... Oh my god. Is that a fucking head? Alright then. Not sure what's the lore behind that. That is potato head. Straight up. Interesting. Oh, TP? TP. Alright. From here, where are we going? Oh. Okay. Boss fight. We're in a boss fight. Sin from GRF, no Slith. What is Slith? Slytherin? Oh, I got 24k. I'm assuming this is a big boss fight. It's probably a hard one. But let's give it a go. Wait, who are you? Huh? Serpent Hunter? Serpent Hunter. Where is it? Serpent. Oh, there it is. 0 scaling? The fuck? Okay, I'm assuming we have to fight this guy with this sword. Oh! Okay. Alright, this is a big deal. Wait, is this the Elden Lord? Ah, fuck. Alright. Should probably redeem those 24k, but let's fucking go. Ah, Jesus fucking God! I can't see anything. Oh my God! Lava everywhere. What the fuck? All right. Okay, I am fat rolling. Okay. We should probably remove my other weapon. I am fat rolling. I forgot. Okay. Okay, that doesn't look like an Elden Lord. We're good. Kore nani neko. All right. What is going on? I cannot see shit. Alright then. I am dealing 6k damage. Oh no, is that critical? Fuck. Alrighty then. I don't know what my summon is even doing. Is confused. Oh, he also got my weapon. Alright, that was easy. High five. Wait, do I have to finish? Oh. Okay, of course that's the first phase. I forgot this is From Software. Now he gonna have a wing? They usually phase 2 is like a wing or some shit. Oh. Okay. I'm very well. I have. Ew. Alright. I see he's a man of rings.
Join myself and King as family. It's family together. We will devour the very core. You together. Do it
The fuck are you talking about? Shit. I'm dead. Alright. Ooh! Ooh! My mimic is kicking his ass! Alright, I'm about to die. Alright, brother! You got... What the fuck is going on with the fucking map? Alright, I thought I can do critical damage. Oh my god! Okay, his damage is like 2 hits. Bye-bye! Oh wait, that would...
I servant never die.
That was a lot. Huh. To be fair, making one of the Elden Lords fight a gimmicky fight, I don't know about that. I'm gonna be honest, that was a little bit but sure. Alright, the reward was 240. 140k. Oh my fucking god, that's a lot. Jesus Christ. Okay. Jesus, I don't even know where to put this shit. Okay, there you go. Oh, the power of the wind is gone now. Sag. Oh, that was the... Oh, man. Oh, shit, I should have tried that. Forgot to try that move. I mean... A little bit disappointed. Not gonna lie. Design fucking amazing, but the fight... Oh, someone... Okay, someone in my group already finished the game. The fight, the gimmicky fight, yeah. The fucking sword thingy. That was aight. I'm gonna be honest. Imagine not using the sword and standing in lava all the time to fight the snake. I know. I mean, I feel like they could make it so that you don't need to use the sword and there's no lava around him, so you just kind of like kind of thing. Also, I noticed I picked up someone's outfit. Let's see. What was it? Does anyone notice the name of the outfit that I picked up? Because I did not. Oh, this one. Ice surcoat. Brown surcoat draped over chainmail. The insignia emblazoned on the front marks out the wearer as the eyes and ears of Sir Gideon the All-Knowing. Ooh, interesting. Huh? Is this Gideon's soldier? Is Gideon a king? That's interesting. Okay. Looks like Gideon's owe me some explanation to do. Alright. I'm assuming that was it. Okay, this level pretty fucking dope though. The gajillion of yeah. The whole vibe of this boss area is pretty cool. Okay. Now what? Wait, what is this? Okay, I don't know if we can go there. Wow, we actually just killed the dude. He's one of the Elden Lords. He's one of the big deal. Honestly, between these and Renala, I don't even know which one is easier. I think this one. Renala on the second phase is a little bit tricky to deal with, to be fair.
It's true then. You've defeated our Lord. No. I must thank you. Our Lord was yet weak. You have taught us that. Defeat is not the end. Our Lord is immortal, and will one day rise again. Stronger. Until then, I must stay the path and do my part.
Alright, these guys have been brainwashed down to the brim.
I will leave the Volcano Manor before long. I suggest you do the same. I will miss these encounters. The champion who walks the tainted path shines all the more. I always was an admirer.
Sure did. You got anything to say? Alright. I don't want to mess with the guard. He looks like he can tear my ass apart. So, he win. Ooh, wait. Was there an item here? My thanks. Interesting.
It's just as my noble brother says. I'm a complete fool. I can't believe I thought I could become a champion.
Oh, it's this guy. Hello.
It's you, is it?
Yep.
I'm terribly sorry. But would you mind giving me some time to myself? I haven't achieved anything at all thus far. Even though I've dirtied my hands time and time again, I'm still yet to achieve anything. Perhaps I am a fool after all. No, it's worse than that. As things stand, I've given up on the path of revenge and sullied the name of my house. What an easy mark I must have been. How did it take me so long to realize, honestly? There's just no end to my foolishness, is there? Perhaps I am a fool after all.
Alright.
No.
So, you killed Rykard.
I did.
I harbor you no ill will. The strong take. Such is our code. Even he was prepared to meet a wretched end when he first took blasphemy unto his very flesh. But any road, the Volcano Manor is no more. Though we may yet fulfill an old promise. We hunted our own kind, and took what was theirs. And with everything in hand, the time has come to rise against the Erd Tree. O greater will, hear my voice. I am the recusant Bernal, inheritor of my brother's will, and you will fall to my blade. We refuse to become your pawns. Consider this fair warning.
Alright, calm down, dude. I'm the one that killed all the lords so far. Alright, so, yeah, bruh. You can kind of chill, alright? I got this, I got this. Alright, so, now what? Can you teleport back to the boss arena after you left? Technically, yes. Okay, she left. Did you do their quest line? They have a quest line? Well, no. I didn't even notice. Oh, shit. Oh! Oh, you just sell some of those Echauffeur. But I didn't have this one. Eruption. Assassin's Gambit. Parry. Assassin's Gambit. This looks interesting. Skill that makes the user's presence at the cost of a self-inflicted wound. Grants near invisibility and silence footsteps. Ooh. Oh, I cannot use it. Shit. It's for daggers, swords, and fencing weapon. Fuck. How do you even do their quest line anyway? They don't really say anything to me. They're like, yo, you want to join the fucking cult, bro? And I said yes, and then she gave me a key. I got some item and all that stuff. And then the rest of the people in the room is just like, yo, what's up? You've been killing the lords, right? Yeah, good job. Welcome to the club, kind of thing. I don't think there's anything here, though. Why do you ask, Swanson, that we can go back here? Because I don't think there's anything else. I don't even know why we can go here in the first place. Oh. Never mind. There is something. Oh, it's him. He's reviving. Ew.
Oh, you...
Oh, it's her.
Allow me some time. Our lord's carcass is vast, and not easily consumed. Dear Rykard, please, find purchase within me. I wish to be your serpent, your family. One day, let us devour the gods together.
Okay, they're into Vor.
Dear Rykard, I wish one day.
All right. I mean, hey, I don't judge, you know. Yeah, man. Yeah. All right. Okay, I think we can get the fuck out of here. Yeah, man. Yeah. I wonder if there's anything else though in this area that we can go. We can do. Before we start going towards the east. Unsightly catacombs. There was something down there, but I don't know how to get there. There's something here as well. Okay. Check it out from here. God, Red, I want your big balls of steel. Huh? Okay. How do we go there? Let's check around. Okay, there's definitely something down there. I just not sure how do we get down there in the first place. Okay. It looks like you can only go there with a TP. Because it doesn't seem like it's connected to anything from my area. Yeah, it's way too far. Okay, let me see. Bing, bang, boom. It's kind of connected to this. I can kind of see that. It's the catacombs. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Check out this area. If we can actually cannot go through this area, then we move on. Just need to make sure that I don't miss anything. Number 2. Okay. What about me? What about me? Okay, it's a giant thingy thing, but you cannot climb it, unfortunately. Okay. I guess we're not supposed to go there yet. Maybe it is a TP. It could only make sense. Because I'm pretty sure we've traversed this area. This area looks like the place where we're gonna fight the boat guy. It would be awesome if we can find him again. It's probably the only mini boss fight that I don't mind fighting again. I miss him, dude. I miss him. Boat guy is the MVP. Traverse the land with his boat. Okay. So that was the west side of the Mount, or you know, the Mount Gelmir. Gulmir, something something. Now we're gonna go towards the center. Let's see what's up, because I haven't checked it out at all. Moshi mosh. Jesus Christ. There's a minor Earth tree, so I'm assuming we're gonna find some Earth tree avatar. Oh, fuck. You guys hear that? Oh, it is the one from the trailer. Oh shit. Shit, he noticed. Oh, fuck! Alright. He immediately noticed. Fuck. I thought I could get through him. What about me? What about me? Oh, it respawned. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. Let me kill this fucker first, and then I'll fight you guys. Alright, god damn it. Can you stand still? Golden Slam. Alright, let's fight. Oh my god! Jesus fuck, okay! You stunned me permanently. Alright. Okay, bro. Okay. Wait, is this my death stain? The blood stain? No, it's not. Was it making those voice though? Ooh, the fucking fog in this area is killing my frames. I got 35 FPS right now. We probably should get out of here. The fog is insane. Ah, Jesus, fuck! Excuse me. Ow. Oh! This thing. I haven't seen this in ages. Alright, bro, nice try. Okay, we're getting there. Okay, it's taking a while. There's a grease behind you? No, I don't think so. I don't mind though, don't worry. Dude, there's so many of them. Oh wait, the messages kind of led me to that. I don't have to follow them. All right, dope. Okay. Aha! Found it. Easy. Da 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 da. Altus Tunnel. Oh, talking about Altus, I still need to redeem Morgoth's Grace or Great Rune. Sorry. Water time. There's a grace on my face if you want to sit on it. Ayo. Rune art. Okay. Usually this kind of area you don't really want to rush. So most of the time they're just gonna fucking kill you. So let's take it easy for a bit until we get to the end. Woohoo! Excuse me. My now yoinked it. He's mad. Time to leave. Get bashed on. L. And a boss fight. What kind of boss? Oh, it's the glimpse girl thingy again. Two of them? Alright, bro. It's only fair. It's only fair. Oh my god. Are you... Okay. Didn't even drop us a weapon. Okay. It's just some sorcery magic bullshit that I cannot even do because I don't have intelligence. Duh. Alright, let's get the fuck out. I just got teleported there because of a trap chest 1 hour ago. I see. Oh my god. Alright. Let's go to the higher... Wait. Check this one out first. I see like some kind of broken bridges. Maybe you can find something there. Oh, never mind. It's the drop-off area. We've been there. Now the question is that where can we find the altest plateau of this area? I mean, where can we find the tower to redeem the soul thingy? Okay, let me think. There's this. Could possibly be that. Judging by the looks of the other tower, it's kind of a pentagon-ish. But it looks disconnected, so I'm assuming that we have to TP over there. Gotta find them. I think we can start over from here. Because I feel like it's connected to the rest of the thingy that we haven't bypassed yet. I can only assume. Ah, shit. I gotta go to the toilet. Give me a sec. You guys enjoy the view? I'll be right back. Take this time to also refill your water, also go to the toilet. I don't know, man. Alright, go. I survived. Ow. Okay. Homina. Okay. let's go to this place first. Seems kind of an interesting spot. Okay. Still have no idea how the fuck do we get to the right side of the map. But gotta start somewhere, I guess. Alright. Any loots? Okay. A lot of people are so mad in here. Oh! Loot's found. Troll's golden sword. What about this one? Great Shield Talisman. Okay. Can I use any of these? Alright, bye. Goodbye forever. Ooh, interesting. We're going into the tunnel. Hello? Oh, it's a demigod. Don't care. Ooh! Evergale. Fun stuff. Evergale that's locked behind this guy's. Must be a strong one. Most of the time. Old Codger ahead here again. Alright, let's see who is the lucky draw for today. Holy oh my Godfrey, hello old pal, what's up, how you doing, brother? What the fuck are you doing here? I kinda still remember your moveset. A little bit, not gonna lie, kinda move on, but guess we gotta fight you again. Ow. Alright. Oh my god, I keep getting hit by the third attack there. Woohoo! Alright. I keep forgetting he have like 6, 7 combo stuff. Well, not really 7. 4, 5, and 6 combos. That brings back memories, actually. We fought him on the first day, I think. Or second day? Maybe not first day. Definitely second. Brings back though. Brings back memories. Fuck! Alright. Oh, come on. Shit. Bam. Oh my god. I kept missing the fucking heavy attack. Woohoo! Oh, come on. That was the last hit. Alright then. He always hit me on the third one. Oh my god. My memory's not fond of his attacks. Alright. No! Alright, we're good. Wow! Two, three, four, five. Ooh, one. Oh, that's just a one. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Fuck. Wham blam. No! Bam. God damn it. No. Keep getting forget the fifth attack is fast, not slow. Alright, we got it. I wonder what are we gonna get though. We already got his axe, right? We already got his axe and the dragon head thingy. So I don't know what else can we get from him. Extra arm? That would be dope. Oh my god. I forgot if you can actually dodge that. Wham! Blam. Oh my god, I keep forgetting to dodge! The 5 attack, the 5 combo is bang, 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 bang. I keep mixing the 5th attack and the 2nd attack to be the other way around. That's the hardest part about figuring out Godric. His combo is a little bit... The timing of the combo is a little bit confusing. Shit! God damn it. Oh my god, too early. That was embarrassing. 4, 5. Oh my god, I forgot the last one. Bam. God damn it! Debated. What? I dodged that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Two, 3, 4, 5. Run. 3, 4, 5. Slam. Run. Shit, I'm dead. Oh my god, that was close. What? Okay, spammer. Alright, man. Oh no, I'm dead. Okay, never mind. We're good. Oh my god. This dude is still scary. Good night, sweet prince. Oh my god, okay, never mind. Godfrey icon. Okay, we got Godfrey instead. Godfrey stuff for killing Godric? Curious. What does it do? Godfrey icon. Enhance charge spells and skills? What does skills means? The L2? Godfrey was a ferocious warrior. When he vowed to become a lord, he took a beast raging Sharash upon his back to suppress the ceaseless lust for battle that raged within. Interesting. I mean, I don't think it's for me. That was a good throwback fight though. It's kind of interesting making one of the boss fight. Oh, found it. Any? Wait, what? Wait, no, wait. That's, no. Never mind, that's Leurian. That is this. Holy shit. I forgot. Holy. This place is... Oh! Found it! There. Ooh. Okay, so it is this one. The problem is that it's in the middle of nowhere and there's no path going towards it, so I'm assuming that we do have to TP there in some way. Alright, interesting. What time is this? Midnight. Let's finish this. Let's finish redeeming Morgoth's Great Rune, and then let's travel to the east, and then we can end the stream there. Because I feel like this, by that time we're probably gonna be 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. Anyway. Oh, hello, fancy. The guard just forgot to guard the backside. They forgot that I can double jump with my horse. Well, that's kind of awkward. Just bypass the security, I guess. There's Medallion of the Erdtree. Oh shit. Oh! Fuck. It's a giant elevator going downhill or downwards. Okay. We're going to the depths of hell. Seems like. Anyone else want to join? Let's see. Okay, we still in this place. Oh, wait a minute. No shot. Is the entrance of the bottom floor? Oh. I see. We're just back to Leurian now. Did I do it backwards? Was I supposed to do this first? Well then. I mean, I guess, you know. Yeah, I did what this guy do. Basically. The other path. The God of War path, you know? So, yeah. Okay, let's go here, I guess. I don't fucking know, dude. What the fuck? Church of Ele. Okay, now the better question here is that how the fuck do we go there? It is definitely not traversable at fucking all. The one and only way to go here is to actually TP. By the game logic, there is no traversable way. But the question is, how the fuck do we TP there? In the first place. What are you doing? Was there anything around here, actually? Likely sleep. Looks like it's not gonna be an easy way to redeem Morgoth's soul, huh? I wonder if there's something inside the castle. Or not. Because the thing is that we still have no idea how the fuck do we go here. It's still a mystery. And how the fuck do we go there? I'm kind of lost right now. I don't know where to go. I'm gonna be honest. Wow, this is actually the first time ever in this game where I actually don't know where to go. Melina is gone. My fucking maiden left me. She got Jerry, my son. Jerry Jr. Now I'm all alone. Finding purpose in life. What the fuck, man? Is there something in down here? Oh, there is. Okay, we haven't been here. Did that thingy thing just disappear? The hell? Oh, there's a fucking finger. Oh no, it's not. Daddy finger, where are you? Oh fuck. What's letters? Oh, dungeon. Hell yeah. Have been everyone right? No. I still have Michaela. Michaela? Or some shit like that. Basically, I've defeated 4 out of 5. Godric, Renala, Radon, Rydak or Rykard, and then it's only one more. The problem is that I know where to go. The problem is that, like, I gotta go here. But the problem is that I do not know how the fuck do we go there. Last one is Morgoth. I already killed Morgoth. I killed him before I killed the rest of the guys. Oh shit. First try. So it's a little bit awkward. Not gonna lie. 4 out of 5, he says. Right? There's 5 Elden Lords. Godric? Or, yeah, the demigods or something like that. Godric, Renala, Radon, Rykard, and then Melania's sister. I forgot her name. Whatever the fuck her name is. There's 3 more? Oh, there's like, is there like a new one? Interesting. Ah. Hello. Hey, Nani. Where do we go from here? Oh, okay. The fuck? This is like the cave of invisible. Ah, shit. Okay, I'm gonna go back there after this. I forgot to go back there actually. It's been a while. Can dive from heights here. Yeah. Mine. Ooh, a rune arc. It's oddly specific. Something move. Oh, you fuckface. Alright, I'm assuming you can help me get through this shit. Okay then. Yeah, that's right. Closer. Yep. Angar! Okay, it doesn't do that. Okay, I still have no idea how the fuck do we open that then. Oh! He just did! Oh, it was him! Okay, what? One more. Ah! One more. What? Okay, I'm confused. Was that it? Oh, come on. Alright, man. Oh, what's up, Jenny? Oh, this guy's annoying. Alright, okay. Alright, that's fun. Alright then, alright. Fun. Oh, 4 combo! Okay, dude! And people keep telling me, oh dude, your fucking bloody slash is so spammy. Look at this fuckface. Oh my god. Alright. Now what? Is there another hidden wall? Oh my god. This one? Secret passage ahead. You fucker. I trusted you, man. Same group and everything. I'm on my way to one of them and oh boy, the place is hell. I'm level 137, I still die so much to mobs. I'm assuming it's because the scaling's done right, which is good. That's what we want. Oh boy, no more Estus. Huh? Oh, I see. Oh, hello guys. Wah! Oh my god, you're there. God damn it. Old Fang again. Just finished streaming, it is 4:30. I am tired. Nice, man. What are you doing? Valorant grind? Valorant. Oh shit, parkour. Oh, the forest, okay. It's a pretty cool game. Everyone's waiting for the sequel, which should be coming this year. They come out of nowhere? Yeah, I know. Those guys are creepy as shit. Woohoo! Shit. I'm about to fight the boss with one flask. Oh, what the fuck? Weak foe ahead? Maybe I can do it first try? Fuck. Alright. We'll give it a try. Onyx Lord. Oh, it's you. Ooh, shit. Onyx Lord's Greatsword. I think I fought him 4 times as well. Or 3 times actually. Never mind. There's a... Ooh. Oh! Oh my god. Wow. They hide Morgoth's rune tower behind a cave that have so many hidden walls? That is interesting. I think that's the first time. I legit thought there is no way that this place is traversable from down path. Damn, I was wrong. Holy shit, this fucking game. Okay. Proves me wrong once again. There's no end of surprise in this game, huh? Choose your character. You don't have the right. Oh, wait. Okay. Restore of half HP. Okay, we got 2 of these. Interesting. Boost stamina. Temporarily boost faith. Poise. Charge attack. Briefly stop rune loss on death in mixed physic. What the actual fuck? That is so good. What? Hey, yo? Although, even though most of the time you're not gonna use it, that is very good, actually. Interesting. Still no lover. No. All right. Oh, this is Rykard's Great Rune. It's not even Morgoth. Rykard's Great Rune is here? The fuck? That's kind of interesting. Remembrance of the Blasphemous. Lord of Blasphemy, hewn into the Earth Tree. The power of its namesake can be unlocked. Rykard took the form of a giant serpent that he might devour, grow, and live eternally. I understand the road of blasphemy is long and perilous. One cannot walk it unprepared to sin. Interesting. How about Morgoth? Though born one of the graceless omen, Morgoth took it upon himself to become the Earth Tree's protectors. He loved not in return, for he was never loved, but nevertheless love it he did. Damn. That's a Sag and a half, brother. Sag and a half. You already did Rykard? Yeah. It's kind of a, yeah, second try. To be fair, it's a gimmicky boss, so it's, yeah. Okay. Okay, brother. Now, how the fuck do we go to the right side? Can we get to the good part? Let's go to the Elden Thorn. Still have no idea how the fuck do we get there. But Melina did told me to go there. How do you get to the top, the green place on top? What do you mean the green place? Which green place are we talking about here? Near volcano? Oh, this is not top. This is, if anything, this is actually the valley. This is lower ground. You just kinda, I think this was the entrance. I forgot. This is the first area that I discovered before I discovered the rest of the volcano area. I think, like, here you can see like there's a connection here. I think you can go from there. I don't remember, honestly. I already beat the boss in this area before I actually found the map. So, yeah. Oh shit, what the fuck is this? Oh, it's just lighting. Fuck. Oh, the chair is here. Kinda. Shibal. So there. We want to go there. Right? But the problem is that I have no idea how the fuck to get there in the first place. Because this place seems like it's not connected, but it does. That's the thing about this game, or ever since like Dark Souls. They make the game so that you can actually, everything you see in the game, you can technically kind of go there. You just have to find a way to go there.
Thank you for letting me sleep to your voice, Mr. Trap Peepo Shy.
No problem, no problem. I'm actually surprised you can sleep with my voice. But hey, that works. No worries, no worries. I'm actually confusion, bruh. Oh my god. Fuck chin clap. Ah, shit. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah. Still have no idea. I think we should someone in the second group invisible. Yo, what the fuck does that mean? What are you guys doing? Someone that have trap house as a group name. I this is the second time I get the notification. Someone from the Trap House group, and then he's just like invisible. Doesn't say anything, just like mysterious. What the fuck, man? Oh! Oh! I found it! Oh! 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 Ah! Ay! Oh, the Shattered. Kill one of the Lord. Okay. Especially with Elden Ring, I have no idea how. To be fair, some of the silent area in Elden Ring are very soothing. Like, I can just chill here, leave the game here, and there's already an ASMR for sleeping. The ambiance. Oh. You know what I'm talking about? It's so soothing. Especially Leyndell. Leyndell theme song's very, very nice. Okay, we have to go down there. Let's see. Okay. Alright. I think we can go down there from here. Okay. I think we're starting to find a way. Exploration for the win. Exploration for the win. We're getting there. Ow. Shut the fuck up, you guys. This trumpet sound sucks. Yes, sound sucks. This guy fucking sucks. Assassin's Creed gameplay. No cap. I realized I never went here. I turned back immediately. Because I feel like I haven't cleared the area behind me. Oh my god. Huh? Alright, bro. Alright, a lot of people died here. It's definitely a strong enemy. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. How is he a fucking mob now? That does not make sense. How is he a fucking mob now? Holy shit, this game. What's his name again? The fucking Misbegotten or some shit like that. It turns from fucking boss of a whole area into a fucking creep. Whoa, we got 2 bots at the same time. Thank you, Onsen.
Miss Spaghetton.
Yes. Basically. Whoa, what the fuck? I fell. Ooh, oh shit, it's you. Alright then. Okay, Dark Souls camera. Alright then. Fair enough. I like it when my camera just show the ass of the enemy and nothing else, the whole screen. Very informative. I can see everything. No thanks. And it's gone. Wait, what? Oh no. What? That does not even make sense. Alright, nice dodge. Alright, nice dodge. Alright, nice dodge. Bro, can you, like, move faster or some shit like that? Oh no, I'm dead. No! Okay. I'm dead. So I keep dodging this guy. Because his moveset is just so fucking tanky. Then. Only the ass matters. Lord's Rune. Damn, I thought I discovered everything in Leydendal. I was wrong. Okay, I was here though. Okay, let's progress into the next area. And we'll stop on the first checkpoint of that area. Yeah. Wait. Where am I? Oh, wrong way. Dumbass. Speedrun time. Ah. 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 Oh, fuck. Can you guys chill? Oh, fuck. Oh no, it's not insta-kill! Oh fuck, I'm dead. How am I alive? How am I alive? What the fuck? Ah, shit. The spot is so fucking tight for his fight. I gotta kill him fast. The dog, I cannot insta-kill, and he immediately noticed. So I cannot rush it. Oh shit, wrong way! Someone just finished the game? Oh shit. Bogu. It did? I didn't see it. As if didn't pay attention during the fight or something. Go over. Oh, blah, blah. To go all the way over there again is fucking take a while. Kind of annoying. I wanna go home. Can't even summon as well. This might take a while. Alright, I got a better idea. There we go. Now we can fight in peace. Alright, come here, pussy. I kinda want to try to parry him, but let's not. Huh? Huh? I cannot lock onto him. Huh? The fuck? There we go. Oh shit, this one doesn't disappear. Dog. Could this be a friend? Could this be an enemy? Oh my god. Michaela's. Oh, there it is. Michaela. The other one. More demigods? Oh my fucking god. Okay, what the fuck? This place is filled with demigods. I mean, not demigods, demi-human. Right. I don't think I want to waste my time here, so let's just... Okay, we can definitely fuck this guy up. For the loot... Also, why is everyone's calling it elbow? Oh fuck. No shot. Okay, he didn't notice. Let me just pass by, bro. I don't want any of this shit. Bye. Oh my FPS! Oh my fucking god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Yeah, I'm out, boys. Peace! You guys are not worth my time. Fuck you, perfumers. I'm out, bitches. Oh, I see. So it was that. It all makes sense now. Oh. Oh my fucking god. Oh, the frames in this area is not fun. Ow. Alright, let's just be smart here. I'm not really interested in... Oh fuck. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Ah shit. Alright bro, alright bro, alright bro. 3 Sentinel wannabe bitches. Oh, what the fuck? Are you shitting my ass? Oh my god, what the fuck is this jokes? Bro. Please! Oh my god, this is embarrassing. Okay, just a somber smithing. Okay, whatever, man. First off, down. Oh shit, okay, this is completely blind area. Never been here before. Oh, it's a thingy thing. Okay. Let's go here first. Apparently there's a way down. Okay, wait, never mind. It is a way down. Whee! Okay. Why is it so foggy? Is this not good for my frames? Are you kidding me? Where the fuck I am? Forbidden Lands? Shit. It's no joke, we're actually in the new area. Never been seen before. Forbidden Lands. Oh my god, they're so schmoll, so cute. Die. Oh. Oh, whoa, there's a whole gang of them. Alright, adios, fuckers. You guys are pretty strong for a schmokin. Damn, you can literally see nothing in this area. Ooh, I almost fall, Let's not fight around here. Oh my fucking god. There's a flask. Fine. There's more flask. What the fuck is this place? Who the fuck lives in this place? There's a skeleton mouth. Could this be a corpse? This could be a corpse of a giant. That is a fucking gigantic corpse. Alright then. This is a very interesting place. Can barely see anything. Okay, there's an entrance here. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. You again? Whoa, okay. Oh, I shouldn't summon there. Alright, he's kindly waiting. Oh, never mind. Alright, let's fuck him up. Oh my god, there's a second impact. Hello? Oh my god. Holy shit. Fuck. What? He killed me with the fucking other blade, because it's a twin blade. Fair enough. Okay, I got owned by my own weapon type. Holy shit. Oh my god, I'm dead. He does that out of nowhere. Oh man, I was not playing to fight another boss. I was just playing to do this for a little bit. Yeah. I wonder if I can skip him. Seems like we can. But I'm not gonna. Oh, where's my mimic? Dumbass despawn? Okay. Alright, bro. Okay, let's just see if we can skip this. Because I'm not planning to keep going. It's already 1 AM. Woo! I did it. Yeah, what's up, Granny? Okay.
Turn back ahead lies the land of the giant's flame, and the way forth is forbidden. Hear me. The burning of the Erd tree is the first cardinal sin. Doing so will unbind destined death and slay the world itself. Who would dare put you up to such a task? Most certainly not the Fingers.
Well, my maiden did.
You, please.
Chill. I mean, I don't know, man. Waifu said so. Okay, let's unlock the map and we'll move on. Let's check it out. I'm assuming this is gonna be the final part before the boss fight. I mean, bail out, not move on. Bail out. Oh shit. Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. Oh, the music. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit, we were there. Holy fuck. What the fuck? What? We're so high up. This is connected? Mountaintops of the Giants. Oh my fucking god. There's more to this area? Oh my god. This game is fucking big. Yo, brother. What the actual fuckery fuck? Dude, we're so fucking high up in the sky, the moon looks gigantic. We're almost at space. We're nearing the atmosphere. Holy shit. Even the tree's a ghost in this place. Alright, something died. Okay, all the wildlife is a ghost here. Try jump attack. Wow. Wow! Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Hossel or Hossel. I still don't know how to pronounce your name. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. How you guys doing? Welcome, welcome. Dong slide, dong slide. Oh! Didicus.
Please
Didicus,
cut the ringing.
oh
It sounds kind of like
Oh. It's fucked up. Didicus 23 and Balokes. Thank you for a follow. Appreciate it. Sorry if I butcher your name. Welcome, welcome. How you guys doing? How's your stream? What are you doing, man? Oh my fucking god. Dude, I'm still speechless right now. I don't know how people progress in this game. What do you mean? Oh, wait. Volcano Manor. Oh, okay, never mind. I don't care about that. It's hard, dude. I mean, it's from software. Okay, okay, we're about to see the map. We're about to see the new map. You guys ready? Bam. Oh my god, it's not the whole thing. Such a fucking tease. God damn it, I still have to traverse the rest. Oh my god. Bro. You joking, right? By the way, how's you guys doing? What are you streaming? What up, what up? Because I know you found, you followed me earlier before you were streaming. I didn't know you were streaming. I didn't know you stream. Also, welcome people from Hostels raid in stream. Is it Hostel or Hosel? Because you know both works. I don't know how to do the right pronunciation. Hostel. Okay, first one. Gotcha. Cooking. Are you guys cooking something? What are you guys cooking? What the rock is cooking? Holy shit! You can see the rest of the fucking game from here, as if like it's not an approachable area. What the I am confused. Cooking chicken with rice in paprika cream sauce. Never heard of that. With paprika with cream sauce. It's kind of interesting. It's the Deller. I'm not Hosel. Hostel. Well, no, because Hostel is rated, right? Daddy in short, or just dad, or wifeless. Okay. Interesting. Dude, I I'm confused right now. Why are we up here again? I don't even remember what my maiden said. Oh! Wait. What the fuck? You're here?
Finally, we meet the Tarnished, who would be Lord. Oh my. Why the long face? I fear that you were previously acquainted with this vessel. Well, that is most unfortunate. For he is dead. As for his flesh, he gave it to me. Shabriri, I hope you can make your peace with
Shabriri.
that. You are about to sacrifice something precious, only so that you may be Lord. What a horrible thing to ponder. Your ascendancy requires her sacrifice, whether she wishes it or not. But how would the Lord, crowned so, be looked upon?
Ah? I don't know what does he mean. I don't know what is he talking about. Are we about to sacrifice Melina? Oh my god. I'm confused. I have a wife and everyone is giving me shit for that for whatever reason. Imagine having a wife I sleep. Oh my god. No, you are fucking your wife and we are fucking you. Wait, what? Hey, yo? Yo, Chad? What? She has a cock. Nice. Oh fuck, not him again. Or her. Or... You know, I don't judge. Okay, I'm dead. Bye. Dude, I hate this one. I'm just gonna... Ooh, what the fuck? Right. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh shit. Alright. God damn it. Okay, man. I'm dead. Bro! Oh, you cucklord. Didn't even drop shit. What an asshole. What an asshole, dude. Oh no, mods are here. You guys are overestimated mods in this place. But hey, thank you for stopping by anyway. Thank you for Hostel for the raid and everyone for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. And for you know what? Never mind. Have fun with the most frustrating game. I like it that way. Oh god, there's so many of them here. I'm kind of done. Mimic, can you go home? I don't need you anymore. God damn it. Okay, we found it. Woohoo! Ooh. Oh no, my Mimic. Hold up. He's fighting. He's fighting everyone upstairs. I'm coming, bro! Ah! Wait, where is he? Oh, there he is. Okay, there's two of them. Alright, let's go home. Goodbye. Alright, Mimic, you started this. You settled this yourself. I'm out. Bye-bye. I told him that we're not fucking around in this area. It is not our place. Yeah, I'm good, bruh. Brett said he's not a maso. You may press X. I mean, Dark Souls 1's my favorite game. Am I a maso? What the fuck? Ah! Oh, not birds again. Dude, I hate fighting birds in this game. Oh my god. Aerial power, you shithead. Ah! I almost died. Okay, I died. Alright, never mind. I almost died. My frames in this area is not doing fine. It's not doing fine at all. Okay. Oh my god. Are you shitting me? Game expecting me to go through that. Alright. Nice backstab, Brad. Get fucked. Oh, I see the big guy there with the bell balls. The bells for balls guy. Alright, there's so many of them. I feel like we have to kill him. If we don't want to die when we're trying to cross the bridge. I feel like it's mandatory here. Although the big guy looks like quite an issue there. Looks like he can one-tap you kind of guy. You do not see me. I am inside a bush that does not work like that! Bing, bang, boom, bow, bow. Nice dodge. I command thee. Alright, nice. Alright. Okay, bro. Okay, okay. Alright. Yup. Alright, Mimic. Do your shit. I am dead. He's actually healing. Woo! Mr. Volcano over here. Are you? This dude's actually powerful. Ow. Damn. Alright. Fair enough. Briars of Punishment. That sounds dope. G-Fuel, man. Alright. Behold High Road. Usually, if we have like a long path like this, and there's like death left and right, in games like Dark Souls, there's gotta be like some bullshit going on, like wind blows or some shit like that. No? Archer? That's gonna kill me? Maybe not. There's a lot of death here. Oh my! Hiding place, but I want to go home. Alright then. You'll never catch me alive, motherfucker! You think I haven't killed your kin before, huh? Killed countless of you fucks that I got bored. I can do it again if I want to. That's right, bitch. Eat ass. 5k damage. Adios. Tudalu, motherfucker. I am dead. Okay, holy shit. Fuck! This game... Ah! I'm supposed to stop at the start of this area. Now I'm hooked. We'll stop in the next fucking Grace. Alright? We cannot keep going. Keep going until you meet the boss. Deal. Damn, Wanson's very good at trading. Didn't see that coming. Wait, not trading. What's the word? Haggling. Is it haggling? Grace, touch. Touch Grace. This has been touched. Just like what I did with your mom last night. Hey, okay, sorry. Wake me up. Wake me up inside. This place kind of reminded me of the I forget the name. I hear something. Okay, never mind. Paranoid. Touching moms. Aha. I think this is basically the finale of the place. Considering lore-wise, our task was supposed to be defeat the Elden Lords, but at the same time, we were sent here by Melina to do something else. Just burn the Earth Tree. At least the wall to get into it, but in the process you kind of oh, what the fuck is that? Oh, not you guys. What's up, man? I've seen you before. You're kinda cool, but I'm good. Hey, I just met you. We need the fucking giant to destroy this. It's gonna take like fucking hours for it to get here. What are you doing? Oh, okay, that one's alive. That's fun. Touch grass. Okay, no, you're not supposed to go up. You're not supposed to go up. You go here and destroy the shit. Ah, fuck. I need your fucking axe, bruh. Yeah, that's right. No, wait, why is the other one also move backwards? Okay, he forgot that I exist. Great. I can use this guy. Alright, big boy. You know what to do. Attack the statue. No. Come back here. That's right. I just hurt your legs. It hurts. Or your feetsies. Now, damage this bullshit. Come on. Yes. A little bit further. Wham. Okay. Alright. Good job. I almost died. I died. It's okay. He did it. You just need him to do that. He did it. Fuck. This guy's do 2 hits me. Which is fair. Makes sense. Now let's see what's here. There's so many people died there. It's just a smithing stone sample. It's not even worth it. Interesting. This place is a giant... Well, I mean, it's the land of giant. So it kind of makes sense that everything's giant. And I'm assuming this has got to be a dragon area. Yeah. It is, yeah, it's open. It's everything dragon, basically. Alright, fight me, bitch. Let's do this shit. Winter Dragon, that's not the first time I fought them. Easy clap. Now, if you could, you can show up. Okay. Alright. That was interesting. Alright. Alright then. Woo, 20 FPS. This is fun. Oh my god, bro. Okay, I'm dead. You see, every time this kind of boss spew like shit ton of fucking particle effects skills, that shit kills my PC. Like when you do the fucking thingy thing, that was fucking 20. I feel it. That was 20 FPS. Holy fuck. Yeah, the boss dealing GPU damage, man. What the fuck? Oh. Okay, okay, this is not fair, that's not fair! Bro, this is suffering. Oh, he's gone? Oh. That's not what I meant to do. I'm dead. Oh my god, I miscalculated. Okay, what the fuck? Too early. Oh my god, dude. The fucking frame drop is insane. This is kind of dumb. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no. Holy shit. Okay. This dude one-shot me. That means we better get the fuck out. We'll come back here later. I could force myself to try to fight this guy, but it's 1:50 a.m. Top, the earliest I can defeat this guy, probably 3 or 4 a.m. Earliest. Probably. Looking at the fact that he can one-tap me with one of the kill. I mean, one of the attacks. So... yes, we'll take the fucking 39k and we'll ditch. We'll get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. It sounds very early. Exactly. If tomorrow is not a fucking Monday, I'm down to give this bitch ass a try. But it's... okay, where's my runes? Okay, alert, alert. Runes not visible. Help. Compass is gone. Help. Hello, game? Oh no. I'm about to lose 40k. Oh, there it is. Bro, can we... I just trying to get my shit. Alright, just... No, 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 I am not here to fight. Bye, bye. Actually, I need to go here. Sorry, my bad. Borealis the freezing pog. I mean fog. The freezing pog. Pog you! Oh shit. So hold up. The first church. Whoa. The first church. That's something. Sacred Tear. So this is the first church of Marika. Okay, chat. Oh fuck, I can open the map. No, no, no. We'll mark it. We'll do it tomorrow. Alright. Gotta learn self-control. I already did as promised. Gonna try until we find the boss. And we did. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I still can't believe how fucking big the map is. Like, when you start the game for the first time, this is it. This is it. This whole thing was the game. And then you learn a little bit here. And that's it. Like, this is it. This is the whole fucking game. And then it extends upwards. Oh my fucking... This is so fucking big! Jesus! This shit is actually baffles me. I am actually I don't know, man. I don't know how the fuck do they do this. It feels like the size of a 2 game instead of 1 game. You know what I mean? Like, this could be Elden Ring and Elden Ring 2 or the DLC area, but no. Jesus. That's crazy. I legit thought we could beat it today after we got into the Elden Throne. I was like, oh, okay, we're gonna beat the game today, I guess. No, motherfucker. We are not beating the game. Holy shit. My head. That's actually impressive. I'm actually speechless. Oh, before we... No. I gotta go to the fucking table, round table. I'm pretty sure there's something happened there now. Since we already kind of fuck around too far. Let's end it here. 63 hours. Jerry de Rivia. Beat the game today, nice story. I mean, I don't know. When I noticed that we were at the feet of the Earth Tree, and we got like Morgoth, and it's like it literally the fucking end game is there. It's literally there behind the roots of wood and like, you know, roots of the trees. That's cool though. I'm actually impressed with this game right now. This fucking game surprises me every day. I am actually yeah. I don't know, man. I'm actually yeah. That yeah. All right. Anyways, Chatterino. Oh, by the way, what is this? Square Enix launch a worse flop than Marvel's Avengers. New live service Babylon's Fall is dead on arrival.
I think it's becoming more and more clear at this point that Square Enix and live services just don't mesh. We know what happened with Marvel's Avengers. That game, which had the Avengers brand behind it, flopped pretty majorly, both critically and commercially. Today's topic, Babylon's Fall from Platinum Games, and it sucks that I have to cover this game this way because I'm actually a fan of Platinum Games games. But with Babylon's Fall, they really have something of a flop. And let's begin by checking out, I guess, some footage of the game. I was already skeptical about it, honestly, having seen it.
I mean, come on, chat. Everyone who've seen this, I mean, you know, you can clearly see when you see the gameplay of this game, you know there's something wrong with the game. I mean, come on. Retro, congratulations on 1,000 followers. Oh, we're not there yet. Kinda, like, pretty close, like, what? 3. It's like around 69 more followers, actually. What the fuck, yeah. Exactly 69 more followers. We get 1,000. But hey, early congrat, you know. Appreciate it. What's up, Mr. Lick 13?
It just graphically, it didn't do a lot for me. Its art direction wasn't doing a whole lot for me. The gameplay looked pretty box standard. And as far as looter live services go, this didn't really seem to be doing anything special. This is the launch trailer, by the way, and you can see right here, I mean, the likes to dislikes ratio is not particularly favorable.
Wait, there's a like-dislike ratio? What? Huh? They bring back dislike? Wait, what? I cannot see... Wait, how does he able to see the dislike? The fuck? I cannot. Oh, there's like a mod for it. I see. Yeah, I mean, if you saw the trailer, you know there's something really wrong with this game. Like, let's just watch this. Very blurry. Uneven frames. Look at this. What the fuck is this?
Does the savior of Babylon stand among us? Let's find out.
What are these? I don't know, man.
Sentinels, bare your fangs. This is your time.
Like, I don't know. But don't you guys worry though. You guys notice they don't put a lot of budget into this. Like, you can clearly see there's not a lot of budget in this game. The budget is very minimum. Very, very minimum. Like, yeah, there's too many. I don't know. It looks outdated. I'm pretty sure, you know, Platinum Games trying their best to just like, okay, how can we make a fucking life as a service game out of a reused asset with this budget type of shit? Because this is yeah, bruh. Like, without even seeing the gameplay. I mean, we're already seeing the gameplay, actually. You know what I mean? You know what this game reminds me of? That Godfall game. That, you know, fucking, yeah, an epic game, yeah. It really is a disappointment. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, we once in actually link that one first. Then I click on the fucking
for
thingy.
this title. And now looking at Metacritic, now that the game's out, you'll see that critical reception has been pretty bad. Looking at the Metascore right now, not only is it at a measly 41%, but nobody even really cares to review it from the looks of it. So far, we've only got
6 critic reviews. Okay, to be fair though, when fucking Elden Ring just released literally last week, and you you sent out the fucking, you know, game March 3rd, it's not a smart idea. It's not a smart idea. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. This is just a joke at this point. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy. This game's not even available in my region. Thank God. Oh, shit, bro. Shit, bro.
got 6 critics who have given it a score, and I've not seen a whole lot of buzz being generated across social media and across major news outlets. This just doesn't seem to be a game anyone really wants to touch because it doesn't seem like people have a good time. The user score only 29 ratings as of the launch of the game, a mere 2.2 among the worst user scores on Metacritic. And if we look at some of the quotes that reviews have put in their reviews, things get even more brutal. Screen Rant right here released this review. This is among the more tepid reviews, basically noting that there's intense combat, but it lacks variety. It is highlighted below the headline that the game quickly gets repetitive, though late game unlocks could potentially break up the monotony is what this review in progress is hoping for, but I don't get the sense that's going to be the case based on a bunch of other reviews. Here is God is a Geek's review of Babylon's Fall, and you can read right here this quote: "There's so little here to recommend it over other titles. Even Godfall, which was unfairly derided by many, has more depth, polish, and color than this." A lot of people have expressed that Godfall is not a particularly good live service, but when a game can be seen as that much worse than even Godfall, then, you know, it's pretty bad. And it states right here, Babylon's Fall...
Wait, even worse than Godfall, holy fuck. Oh my god. That is such a sad... Dude, oh man. That's rough. When your game's being called even worse than Godfall. Oh,
Fall were
man.
free to play, I'd give it a go, as it might give you a little enjoyment if all you want is a button masher that takes your loot boxes. Oh boy. But ultimately, I can't recommend it over any other game released recently. A 3 out of 10. Next up, let's take a look at this review from Destructoid. Here's their article, and we can scroll down and check out what they had to say, concluding with, "The foundation is there, and I have no doubt that this would have been a stronger game than would have spread via word of mouth to action enthusiasts far and wide if it didn't have the freemium elements. So monetization-wise, it goes way too hard.
Square
Whatever
Enix.
happened behind the
Classic.
scenes, I hope it wasn't their call, and I hope this isn't the type of product they're going to focus on in the future." Platinum Games did state in the past that they are going to kind of look into diving into live services, and hopefully after Babylon's Fall, that is something they'll stay far away from. I hope Platinum Games can focus on what they do best: tight, single-player action games. They're masters of action, and by Platinum standards, even the action aspect of Babylon's Fall falls short, no pun intended. But yeah, the game got a 5 out of 10, a mediocre score from Destructoid, and things just get more brutal and brutal with each.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, bro. How much is the price for this game, chat? Steam DB. Where's USD? Okay, Singapore. It's a AAA price. Holy fuck, bro. Oh my god. I mean, you know, yeah, yeah. Square Enix being Square Enix. We know how it is. With all the Elden Ring frames complaint, I can't stop thinking about this.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and this might sound like a very, very jaded title, but I'm kind of almost done with like the whole PC gaming front at this point, and this might sound really extreme, but let me get things started. I've always pretty much said for the last like year that most of my PC gaming, 99% of it, was strictly just emulators. And if that makes you like wonder why, it's due to the fact that I don't really play a whole heck of a lot of modern AAA gaming anyways. I think honestly last month was a real good showcase as to why I don't jump onto the AAA bandwagon as much as somebody else would who isn't that jaded with gaming. You know, with PC gaming, you can buy some of the highest end hardware. For instance, I have some really good hardware. Here, I'll show you my PC specs right now, not sort of as a flex at this point, but as a way to showcase, like, if I'm getting these problems, imagine other individuals in this entire branch. So I've got a pretty decent processor, I think, a Ryzen 9 5950X. I'm sure there's probably like 4 or 5 other processors that beat this one out there. But I like to think as
No,
far as the
that's
CPU
pretty
goes,
high end.
I'm pretty much on the higher end. I've
He's
also
high
got
end.
an RTX 3090 and a 3070 Ti. Why? I use virtual machines, I pass through graphic cards to different operating systems. But I have 2 pretty decent graphic cards, okay? 2
That is
GPUs
high end,
that
high
I
end,
have to
high end.
Definitely bend over, spread my cheeks, and get that way. You want to try to get a graphic card these days? You want to get any PC component and have it at a decent price?
True.
Good luck, okay? If you can find things at retail, you won the lottery, okay? You literally are filming a new Indiana Jones movie at that point.
True.
If you're paying a scalper, dude, I don't even blame you at this point. There are people out there buying Ayla malware computers, pre-built gaming computers, just to salvage the graphic card out of it, okay? That's how bad some of these things have gotten. Is it gonna get better? I don't know. Are the prices gonna get better? Hell no! Once you gave Nvidia the pound of flesh now, or AMD, you think they're gonna lower their prices now? They already know they can twist your nipples. Why not go even further, buckos? Let's milk it all the way through. So I mostly play emulators these days, and really a lot of it is due to the fact that I was playing Final Fantasy X not too long ago, which is an absolute brilliant, beautiful game, okay? The soundtrack to that might be probably my favorite Final Fantasy soundtrack ever. And, you know, that being said, I had a good time. This is an era of gaming from the PS2, PS3, where the games had to launch, okay? There was no internet infrastructure back then where you could day one patch everything. You didn't just stick a disc in and before you launched it, the game said, 60 gigabyte download. Hey, the whole game is fucked from day one. Might as well patch a little bit, call it a day. Though there wasn't anything like that, okay? The game had to be complete. Nowadays, with a lot of games, like recently Battlefield launched out, and I had a decent time with that game, but let's be honest, okay? With the specs I just showed you on my computer, should that game be running anywhere under 60 frames per second? No, if that game touches 50 frames like it did the time I was playing, we got problems, okay? When the netcode doesn't register bullets to the face, we got problems, okay? You know, when Call of Duty Vanguard is the only game out of like the entire AAA shooter gauntlet that was working properly, we got problems. Halo Infinite's been a decent game, okay? I haven't finished the campaign yet. I honestly can't be bothered to it. I don't enjoy it that much. The multiplayer is pretty dandy. When I was playing the open world of Halo Infinite's campaign, the fact that it dropped to 40 frames per second on a 3090 for some reason, we got problems, okay? Meaning that no matter how high-end of PC hardware you buy, you tend to have technical issues kick in.
True.
And there's no shame in admitting that, okay? Let's be honest. There are positives and negatives to each side of gaming. I'm more of a console gamer these days, okay? I mostly play on the PlayStation 5. I mostly play on an Xbox if I have to. Why? That's because it's the only systems now where I don't have to run into severe technical issues day one. I put the disc in, it'll do a little patchy patch, and I'll launch the game and it'll run either at 30 frames or it'll hit 60 frames. And I've had a solid experience for a good long while. You know, with PC gaming in my experience lately, you can buy some of these AAA games lately, you can buy any of this stuff, and you pay the same price you would on a PlayStation, but somehow developers are still insistent on giving a inferior experience for some goddamn reason. Okay, let me give you an example here real quick. Okay, I buy games physically. Okay, like for instance, Ratchet and Clank. In fact, here's a Mass Effect Legendary Edition, one of my favorite games of 2021. If I pay $60, I want to have a disc. I pay $60 to play on a PC game for game, and I'm buying a digital key, meaning I don't even own the game. It exists on some server outside of my control. When I buy a game on disc, I open it up, and it usually has like 1 or 2 discs, depending on how big and meaty it is. I don't need an internet connection, okay? I stick this in the PlayStation, it installs, I can play the game from start to finish without ever requiring internet. I own the game. I can let my friend borrow it. I can choose to, I don't know, sell it later on when I'm not playing it. I can do a million things. With the PC side, all right, most of it is relegated to digital stores. And once you buy a game and you're out of that refund period, and they happen to patch the ever-loving hell out of it, and it turns to be a giant lemon, good luck going forward. Which is why most of my PC gaming is relegated to emulation and a whole lot of indie games. I bought a bunch of indie games the other day.
Hell
and I was
yeah.
having a solid time because it seems like the indie market actually cares about developing games
True.
for all the platforms they release on. And this is a big pet peeve. If you follow my channel, you know that I talk about this a whole heck of a lot. When one side is paying the same price as the other side, they should have an equivalent experience. There should be no reason that developers and publishers crap out on individuals. You know one feature that works absolutely flawlessly on PC? All right, when the game launches like technical shit, look for the store section in any of these games.
Shit.
Look for the
Thank you.
microtransaction up. Look for the battle pass. 99.9% of the time, the store functionality, oh, that works. Trust me, day one, when a game launches, if the store functionality works, it shouldn't surprise you. That's all anyone cares about these days. How can we get these dipshits to spend even more than the $60 they paid for? Make sure the skin store works out like no tomorrow. You know, back in the day, not even that back in the day, like a decade ago, when you bought a game, that game was complete, okay? Halo Infinite, when you buy that game, it's not complete. It's a campaign. It's a multiplayer. Where's the firefight? Where's the forge? Where's really half of the game functionality? I don't know. Fuck if I know. Maybe it'll be there at some point. Who cares? But I think egregiously what really made me make this video was Final Fantasy VII Remake. Now, FF7 Remake is a solid, absolute banger of a game. And I enjoy it to the point where I'm replaying it again. You know, I loved it when it came out on the PS4. I figured, hey, it's coming out on the PC.
Is it actually a good game?
I'm going to play it on ultra-wide, have a good time. And no, my expectations were dashed completely. Now, last I checked, Final Fantasy VII Remake wasn't exactly an indie game, you know? It wasn't exactly something that was coming out from, like, some independent developer in their basement trying to crap out a game. You know, this is a big budget AAA title. You know, Square Enix is on this, okay? You think, man, maybe there would be some quality attached to it. So let's get down the rabbit hole here. So this was announced and recently released for $93. This is Canadian, okay?
Oh my god.
This is like $70 American, okay? The prices have went up by $10. Now, I remember Tim Sweeney telling me that, oh, Epic Games, we're going to make sure that the saving... I think he was talking about the savings being passed on to the consumer, right? He was talking a whole heck of a lot. Let me dig up some old tweets real quick. Speaking to Ars Technica, though, Epic co-founder and CEO Tim Sweeney says that players should look forward to paying less on the Epic Game Store in the future. While Epic leaves pricing decisions completely in developers' hands, Sweeney said after you go through several cycles of game developers making decisions, you're going to see lower prices developers pass the savings on to customers. What a fucking lie, by the way, okay? The fact that this piece of shit costs $93 and it's launched in the state that it has is a testament to how bad the industry is when it comes to gouging the consumers they choose to cater. So let's get down over here, okay? This is...
All right. I mean, yeah, we get the point. AAA's fucking sucks right now. Most of them. And the majority of it, the reality is that we only have, in a year, Like, let's say in a year there's like 10 AAA game releases every year. There's only 2 tops, maybe 3, generously. A good one.
AAA another $70 disappointments.
Exactly. So like, there are some like for example, Elden Ring. It's not a perfect game whatsoever. None. It's not. Like, objectively, it is not a perfect game. Like, enjoyable wise, it is for me. Not a perfect game, but like very enjoyable. But it suffers from stutterings. It suffers from performance issue, like, you know, etc., etc. Like, there's some downside from gameplay wise as well, right? Compared to like Dark Souls and everything. And then we have Babylon's Fall, or a motherfucking Godfall. Notice how both of them have like fall in their name? Huh. Coincidence? I don't think so. But yeah, I mean, the AAA market is you know, it's very, it got businessmen clutching onto their hands on the developers. Like, sure, they have a shit ton of money to pay on very talented developers, right? Very talented. But in the end, the final product is decided, the one that released on the market is still decided in the hand of the business people. Is this gonna make money? If it's not, make sure it makes money. I don't care how it is. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man. Yeah. Still crack up when I think about how everyone lost their shit when Cyberpunk was broken on console and devs got death threats. Meanwhile, you guys have been getting 90% of broken games for years, and half of them are still not fixed. I mean, I would say 90%. I would say like 60%. But most of the time, in a AAA, especially recent years, you cannot really enjoy AAA to the fullest. There's always got to be something. But, like, for example, God of War, right? On PC. Spectacular. Amazing. But it's not also because just a developer. I feel like from the publisher side of that game is they have a very good publisher. Sony. You know what I mean? They know what they're doing. So I feel like it really just depends on if the people in the business side of the game development can be a little bit human. You know what I mean? Like, as long as you feel like, okay, you know, I'm gonna treat, we gotta make an actual good game. We're gonna treat our players as humans. Bada bing, bada boom. There goes. They got God of War, Elden Ring, Uncharted, fucking CS:GO. I'm kidding. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's as simple as that. It's all about who's greedy and who's not. That really is. It's all about greediness. So yeah, I mean, you know, yeah. I mean, you still had to play below PS4 Pro quality. I mean, dude, I got a fucking 7 years old PC. 6 years old. So you cannot really say to me, like, if you talk to someone who have a beefy PC, like, PS4 is not even a mention anymore. You know, so. And I still can play above PS4 Pro, by the way, because I can run Cyberpunk on, you know, on my PC. Meanwhile, PS4 is like, who? Cyberpunk what? Huh? Oh, you mean Cyberpunk 1977? You know what I mean? So it's not really about the console. We're talking about people behind the money here. We're talking about people who have the controls over what makes the quality release of the game passable. I think that's the problem here. And yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like they do need to really pay attention on that, because if God of War can be a game of the year, if Elden Ring can be a game of the year, if Breath of the Wild can be a game of the year, you know, why can't the rest of the game not? You know what I mean? I'm just saying. So, really, it's all about the money. As cliche as it sounds. It really is all about the money. You don't really care about what console or anything. It's about people that clutches the money behind the company. So yeah. Kinda shucky. But yeah, it is whatever though. I got my Elden Ring. I'm happy. Babylon's Fall. Babylon's who? Elden Ring is pretty good. Example of optimization. A few patches of PC side, you get a 2022 game running on a fucking 1060. I mean, it is what it is. It's still not the smoothest experience even on the high end, considering the stutters. But yeah, frame rates. I'm actually pretty fucking surprised that shit's still running on my 1060. Not gonna lie. Considering how fucking big the game is. Like, we just realized how fucking huge this game is in this stream. You guys fucking see the map? Are you fucking my ass, dude? I don't even know that's possible. I don't know, man. It's insane. It really is. I am baffled. But yeah, that's just the magic sometimes. You just gotta appreciate it. You really do. Alright. I think we're gonna chill you out here, people. As a matter of fact, you have been done in the ass for a lot of times now. True. I really do have to upgrade my GPU. Man, I'm not spending fucking scalpers money, man. I am not giving them money. I'm gonna wait. I'm patient. I'm not paying double the price for something that should be, you know, like, what the fuck? How the fuck is a 3060 a fucking $900-$800? What? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm not spending my money on that. Even if I have the money, I might as well buy a fucking console. Thank you very much. Like, I'll get fucking Steam Deck. Something else other than a fucking GPU from Scalpers. No thanks. But yeah, man. I'm chilling. Elden Ring is run in my PC. I'm happy. There's no AAA games in the next couple weeks that I care about that is about to release. We're gonna enjoy a lot of indie games after we finish Elden Ring. I draw for a fucking daily on stream. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm a happy variety streamer. Yes, sir. Just buy a new PC instead of a new GPU. Okay, that doesn't make sense. Still, it's still affected. So no thanks.
Buy Steam Deck to play hentai visual novel Cat No.
True. Okay, what is this conversation now? You guys are start rambling. Alright, chat. I'm gonna chilly out here, people. I'm gonna chilly out here, boys. Peepos. What time is this? 2:30. Okay. VR Kanaja. Alright, tomorrow's Monday, right? Well, considering today's I stream, I mean, I usually stream tomorrow anyway. We'll see. We'll see. We kind of been streaming from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday back to back 3 days in a row. So I kind of need a breather. We'll see. We'll see if I need or not. I'm gonna stream anyway if I am. If not, I'll let you guys know on Twitter and Discord as usual. But yeah, chat. Thank you guys all for watching, and of course, thank you, Hustle, for the raids. Thank you. Actually, Hustle and LVH. Thank you. Appreciate it. Much love. Thank you everyone also who follows within the raid, or people who found my stream during on the front page, which is interesting. I still have no idea how does that work. It's like the third time, I think. I'm thankful though for all the people that actually decided to follow after clicking on the front page. Appreciate it. Welcome. Oh shit, we actually got 3 raids today. Yua, LVH, and Hustle. Goddamn. Big time. So yeah, that's cool. Appreciate it, people. Thank you. I may or may not gonna be streaming tomorrow because reasons. But I'll let you guys know for sure if I'm gonna stream or not tomorrow. So yeah, man. Someone is playing DS1. Wanna raid? DS1? I mean, we could. You guys want to? Do you guys want some DS1 content? Dark Souls 1, holy shit. If someone is playing Dark Souls 1 right now, when Elden Ring just released last week, I'm actually impressed. I'm actually really fucking impressed. No kidding. Like, goddamn. Yeah, man. I want bannable content. I don't think you can find that. I mean, you can find it on Twitch, but most of the time, they probably does not exist for a long time. Let's be honest. Alright. But anyway, people, I think we're gonna chilly out here. What is this? Jimmy McGinger. First playthrough. Oh my god, first playthrough as well. Okay, this is a classic, dude. Oh, they're still early in the game as well. Okay, you guys are not gonna miss a lot of content. If you guys are enjoying Elden Ring, you guys are gonna enjoy Dark Souls 1. This shit is fucking amazing. Alright, I'm gonna send you guys over then. There is pool section? Shut the fuck up, dude. Alright. Once again, thank you guys all for watching. First off, if you're new here, don't forget to follow the channel if you're new. If you haven't, why not? If you know, why not? Follow me on socials, Twitter and Instagram, where I usually post my drawings and all that kind of stuff over there. So if you're interested in all that kind of stuff, drawing, music, and that, click in the link in the chat or panel down below. Or if you want to hang out with the peeps off stream, you can join the Discord. Also in the panel down below or in the chat. Thank you once in. Now, bam. We're gonna rate Jimmy. This is a new guy. I have no idea this one, but since that he's playing Dark Souls 1, which is really fucking epic. As you guys know, chat, if you are a sub, do spam the Schmoll rate in their chat. Make it rain. Let them know that the Schmoll rate is coming. But if you're not, that's okay. You can spam whatever you want. You can replace the emote with whatever you want. The point is to share the love to them as you guys share the love with me today. Okay? But yeah. I think that's all. Other than that, thank you guys all for watching. Appreciate every single one of you. Especially the one that's hanging out in the chat till the end of the stream. Saints Flow, Disaster Pain, One Sin, and everyone else who's lurking as well. Having the stream open in the background. Thank you. Much love, respect. I'll see you guys tomorrow. If not tomorrow, I'll see you guys on Tuesday for more drawing stuff and Elden Ring. And as always, take care of yourself. Stay healthy. I love you all. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Jane. Bye. Spam it!